Say your hellos, greet the day, Wanska, Ninaskum, Dinanochka Gisagao. Very grateful for one more day to walk on Mother Earth. Very grateful. Ninaskuman for the day. Hello, family members, friends. We're going to get started this morning, and we've asked for a prayer. And if we could ask our grandmother to come up and get us started in a good way, we'll all start together in a good way. Do you want to stay down there? Do you want to come up, Rita? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. I'm blessed to be here. I was so excited that I wanted to see and get together with my brothers and sisters from Ontario and see my Métis cousins from the prairies in BC. I thank Cassidy for inviting me. She made my day and I think my life again, because our lives have stopped for 3 years. Thank you. And I thank the First Nations around here for sharing their land with us, for being our new brothers and sisters. We're coming together. So today is going to be the best day of my life ever. And because it is, I'm going to celebrate. I'm going to celebrate all the advancements I've had, and yes, even the setbacks, because they've all served to make me stronger. I'm going to go through today with my head held high and a happy heart full of joy. I'm going to share my joy with all my brothers and sisters. I'm going to give a hug to someone that I'm so happy to see, and someone that I think looks down. And I'll share my joy with everyone. I'll give a compliment to people, and it will be sincere. And today is going to be a day when I'm not going to worry about what I don't have and just be thankful of what the Creator has given me. He's given me 90 years of gifts, of good health He's given me. I was supposed to be dead 3 years ago, and I'm still here. He's so good. I'm not running, but I'm still kicking, and I thank Him. And today, we're going to all come even closer together. And before I forget it, let's pray for the President of Ontario. We know what she's going through. And tonight, I do what I do every night. I'm a night owl, and I love going outside at 2:00 in the morning. And it's so quiet, and it's so peaceful. And I look around me, and I thank the Creator for everything He's given me, for letting me live in this country. So peaceful. I don't only thank Him, I thank our veterans that gave up their lives and fought for us. And some veterans are here today. They gave us this peace and dignity. We're so fortunate. And then I go inside and I go to bed and I thank the Creator again, because I know when I'm in bed and something happens, There's help at the end of my hand. The police force, I have to thank them, the firefighters, the EMTs. We have every health and help we need. And I put my head down on my pillow because I know I'm like a contented child. I know tomorrow is going to be the best day of my life ever. And at this time, I ask the Creator to grant each and every one of you in this room many, many, many years of the best days of your life. Amen. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech. Kuyanamig. Thank you.
Oh my wordy day, it does not get better than that, people. It just does not get better than that. The best day of your life, have the best day of your life right now. That's amazing. So we're going to get started today and thank Kukumrita for her prayer. Ninaskuman, kiniskumten for your prayers. I'm also going to invite you to remember the person that I asked you to think about yesterday morning that you respect, that you rely on, and that you trust, and to re-embody that person now and bring those best traits into the room with you. I'm going to remind you of the little technique of, you've been sitting too long, move your feet, wiggle your fingers, imagine yourself walking around, get up and take a little break for yourself. It's really important. If you don't look after yourselves, you can't look after your families or your communities. Just really want to invite you to think about how to look after yourselves. That 4-4-4-4 breath. I make my students do the breathing technique in meditation before every class. And so this is something that I've been doing for about 10 years now to get everybody to kind of be on the same page. We'll direct our comments today to the middle of the room. And I want to just really publicly acknowledge Maria Campbell and Tristan DeRocher and Matthew last night. Was that an event or what? Maria Campbell is a master storyteller, and she weaves her magic every time. I've been fortunate enough to be in the room with those teachings, and she's putting teachings in every word. She calls them word bundles, and last night she asked you very kindly and patiently to bring your youth with you, to remember who your old people are, and to know where you come from. We don't know. How many of us didn't know it was old men mostly that fought in Batoche? The lessons that she brought last night about reminding us about how we come to be who we are today. Who's the Buffalo Hunt Council we talk about? Who are the leaders that we rely on? What were the pressures that they were under? And what does it look like to renew that? So I want to just bring that in. The young Mr. DeRocher was he walked to Regina and set up a teepee there to protest and bring attention to the fact that the government of Saskatchewan doesn't look at suicide for youth. That's a huge weight on a very young man. And how does he deal with stresses in life? He plays his violin. There's videos on his Facebook page where he went into the church at Batoche and said, what would my music sound like in here? He sings to the rivers. What would my music sound like here? His poetry is outstanding. It's complex and it's beautiful. The young guitar player last night had the best sense of humor. His words and his songs remind us of our relationships with our mothers and our fathers. It was very powerful. So I just want to bring that all back with us. Don't forget that stuff in your room. Put that in your bundle that you bring in the room with you. And we're going to start with some gift giving. Cassidy's going to be just like Oprah Winfrey right now for the presidents. Look under your chair. There could be a car. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm going to pass this over to President Caron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, just welcome back everybody to the second day. Thank you so much for a wonderful first day of our General Assembly yesterday. It was so wonderful to have everybody back in this room, sitting side by side, having our grandmothers here in front of us with us, having the youth around the table, having the elders around the table, having our visitors from provincial and federal government sitting in the back, as well as many of our staff. And I just have so much gratitude for all of you and the work that every single one of you has done to bring us to where we are today. I know, of course, we have so much work ahead of us to do, but I just can't help but reflect on how far we've come and how bright our future is with each and every single one of you doing this work on behalf of the Métis Nation. So thank you so, so much to all of you. I just want to take just a couple of minutes and call my presidents up. I call them all my presidents because they are. I am a citizen of the Métis Nation, and each and every one of them are my presidents. So I would love to call up President McCallum, President Poitras, President Omenaho, Vice President Walter Minot, and Chair Hank Rowlandson in place of their presidents who couldn't be with us today, and just offer some gifts and my gratitude to each and every one of you for guiding me over this last year and bringing forward the voices of your councils, of your citizens, of the almost 165,000 Métis citizens who are registered to your 4 Métis governments collectively. The work that you do on behalf of your citizens and bringing their collective voices to these tables and to guide me in the work that I do as the spokesperson of the Métis National Council, I couldn't do it without all of you. So please come up, and I would just like to honor you right now.
Pretend you like each other. How are you? Nice to see you. So political life is one that you go to with a lot of determination, right? We know that all of the people that have put their lives into politics, you have to you have to be able to put up with a lot. When you're in political life, it's a non-stop request for your time, your attention, the money of the nation, the issues that are alive. It doesn't ever shut down. And so it drains you. And it's nice to get some acknowledgement about the fact that you put your lives in the hands of the public. We all know social media can be your friend or be your enemy. And so there's a lot of drains on you as politicians. So thank you, President Caron, for that recognition. And we'll move into the day.
So the the first item we'll be starting with today is the audit and financial statements. I believe we have the auditor that will be attending by Zoom here. Is my mic not on?
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. That work better? Okay, thank you. Yes, so we'll start our day with the audit and financial statements. I understand the auditor will be coming in via Zoom. So if we could queue that up, that would be great. And we will proceed with that. And then following that, we'll be moving on to the appointment of auditors for the next year. Look. Sure, yeah.
All right, so good morning to Nick and Benoit. Everybody on the screen, we have Nick, who is our Director of Finance and Administration at the Métis National Council, and our auditor from, oh my goodness, Baker Tilly. I knew that. Sorry, Benoit. So maybe I'll pass it over to Nick to introduce Benoit, and then we can just dive into the presentation by the auditors.
Good morning, everyone. It's really great to be here remotely. Wish I was there in person, but unfortunately can't be there with you. So my name is Nick Serini. I'm the Director of Finance and Administration, and we have Benoit Gru here from Baker Tilly Ottawa LLP, who is the MNC's auditors currently. So we're going to do a quick presentation or Benoit is going to do a quick review of the audited financial statements, which you should have in your package, which have been reviewed by the Finance Committee and approved by the board, and they're being submitted to you here today. I think after Benoit's presentation, we have a few motions to present, which I hope Cassidy or Louise can verbalize. I think I have them here on my phone somewhere, but I can do that as well. But with that, I'll let Benoit start the review, and obviously we'll open the floor for any questions you may have. So with that, I'll let Benoit.
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt. My apologies, Benoit. My understanding, so I know we often have the requirement to appoint an auditor. I'm just learning. My understanding is that it wasn't done at the last AGA. So, Benoit, if we could kind of close down, because I understand in meetings that I've chaired in British Columbia, where there is such a vote, the auditor prefers to not be present during that process. But we do have a resolution or a motion, I should say, to appoint the auditors for the 2021-2022. This was done, it wasn't done at the last General Assembly. It was done on an interim basis, if I can put it that way, by the Board of Governors, but it needs ratification by this Assembly. So if we could get a mover and a seconder for that motion to adopt the auditors, and this would be for 2021-2022. If we could have it, I'm seeing hands, and if we can just invite your names just so we have that for the record.
Lauren Friesen, I so move. Joanne Young, Métis Nation of Ontario, I second.
Year ending 21 and 22, so it's 2 years where they're being appointed for.
Okay.
Plus the appointment for 23 as well.
Sorry, just a moment, please.
Okay, so I'm just gonna jump in here to provide some clarity. So there's a resolution behind tab 5 of your binder, behind the briefing note that was provided. Just to provide some clarity here, as the chair said, we didn't have the ratification of the appointment of auditors by the General Assembly as per our bylaws at the previous General Assemblies, but we needed to move forward with the audits. So through the Board of Governors, we appointed Baker Tilly to do these. And so we do need to just ratify from the General Assembly that Baker Tilly was the auditor for the year ends 2021, 2022. And then in this resolution as it is right now, it also reappoints Baker Tilly to be our auditor for 2023. So it is 3 years, just to provide that clarity for everybody. And if the movers and seconders are still comfortable with that, I just wanted to make sure that everybody had that clarity.
As seconder, I am fine with that.
As the mover, I'm fine with that.
So then I will open it up for discussion on the appointments. And this is the retroactive appointment for the past 2 fiscal years, as well as the appointment for the future fiscal year ending in 2023. Is there any discussion? Just a moment. Thank you. So what I'll look for, as we've done in some of the matters yesterday, I will look for unanimous consent first. If there's any objections to the passing of the motion for regarding the adoption of the auditors, please let your objection be known now. Not seeing any objection, then that motion is carried unanimously. Thank you.
And poof, Benoit is back, and he can now tell us what he wanted to tell us in the first place.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Nick, for the introduction. So what I can do is I'll share my screen to go through the audited financial statements. Perfect. So you see on the screen there, and you probably have in your package, the audited statements for 2021. So I'll go straight to our auditor's report, which is just a couple pages in. Should appear. So you see here the our audit opinion, which in this case is what we call a qualified opinion. The qualification is regarding some information that we were not able to obtain in order to confirm our opinion on those matters. And this is in relation to the Métis Veterans Legacy Program, as well as some of the transactions with Manitoba Métis Federation as they were administering a portion of this program or incurring expenses related to that program. So we have received some information, but unfortunately not enough to provide an opinion or to ensure that we had all of the transactions related to that programs or transactions with Manitoba Métis Federation. So this becomes what we call a scope limitation. So because we weren't able to satisfy this work up to a level sufficient for our opinion, we have this qualification, as you can see in this paragraph. So our opinion is that other than this particular component,
Excuse
we
me,
feel
Chair.
that
Hi, are we just able to raise the volume on?
Yeah, we're just asking for that right now.
Thank you.
So if we could get the volume turned up on that, it's very difficult to hear him.
I will try to speak a little louder as well. So essentially, as I'm indicating, other than the scope limitation, our opinion is that these financial statements present fairly, in all material respect, the financial position of the organization, as well as the results of operations and cash flow, in accordance with the Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organization. We do have another matter paragraph in our 2021 report, which indicates that the previous year has been audited by another firm of auditors. So as Nick mentioned, these financial statements were presented in more detail to the Finance Committee and were approved by the Board of Governors, which is why we've issued our opinion and dated it on October 25th. The next page is a statement of financial position. I won't go into too much detail. There will be time for question, but essentially, this is really a snapshot of the organization at a particular point in time, which is March 31st, 2021, with the comparative amount for the March 31st, 2020. So overall, some of the differences are really related to a change in the cash, which was money invested, which is essentially the money from the Veterans Fund that were taken out of the cash and invested. Overall, 37 million in assets compared to 35 million the year before. In terms of liabilities, 6 million compared to 3.8. This is mainly due to an increase in deferred revenue, which is funding received in advance of being spent. So money is received but not yet spent at the end of the year. The majority of this, of the liabilities, is really the 28 million, which is the deferred revenue related to the Métis Veterans Fund. Overall net assets of 2 million for the end of the year of March 2021. In terms of revenues and expenses, 10.8 million in revenue over the course of the year compared to 12.8 million the year before, and expenses 10.2 compared to 12.0 the year before in 2020. The major differences are related to some of the funding received. So since only the revenue related to amounts spent in terms of programs has been recognized, and there were less expenses during the year, less revenue has been recognized as well. In terms of expenses, the biggest difference is really an increase in professional fees, which includes all the consultants, but a large decrease in travel, accommodation, meals and facilities due to the period where COVID was ongoing. So overall excessive revenue or expenses of 1.1 million compared to 1.2 the year before, which has increased their net assets to 2 million for the year. Then the next pages are simply the statement of cash flow, where we take that excess and then subtract non-cash items and fluctuations and so on. And then we have accounting policies, which are the same as were used to prepare your financial statements in past years. So they're all listed there. And then we have a few additional pages with simply notes to the financial statements, adding additional detail to the amount that we would have seen in the previous statement, which was the statement of financial position and the statement of operation. So I won't go into those into too much detail. It's just providing additional information, breakdown of deferred revenue and so on. Any questions on the 2021 financial statements before we move on to the 2022?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the auditor, thank you for the explanation. So in your auditor's report on the first page, it explains the issue with the Veterans Legacy Fund and the complications in receiving that information to have an unqualified audit. So are you stating that this is a qualified audit based on that information? And how is this going to impact future audits? Will they also be qualified, or at some point will we have an unqualified audit?
Thank you for that question. So this is really in relation to being able to obtain sufficient information in order to confirm that the amounts that were recorded were adequate or even complete. So this has unfortunately led into a similar qualification for the 2022 year end as well, which we'll see after this. So unfortunately, because some of those programs, like the Métis Veterans Legacy Program, is really the responsibility of Métis National Council, but administered in part by someone else, since we don't have the information that creates this qualification. In the future, if we receive the missing information, we will likely be able to come back to an unqualified opinion. Right now, it's just that this money has been recorded as advances, or because we don't have a complete picture of knowing that we have all the information, it has to remain qualified until we do get that information.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that explanation. Just a follow-up question to MNC, President Caron and her team. how is this qualified audit going to impact future funding? Because we must submit our audited statements in order to receive funding as an NPO. So how is that going to impact future funding?
Nick, do you want to take this or should I?
Well, I think I can. I think I don't think it will have an impact. I don't know if Arash can jump in, or Cassidy as well. I don't think it will have an impact because the scope limitation is pretty clear, and it's not giving an opinion that pushes towards control issues or other major problems with the financial controls of the organization. It relates to a specific issue that in many respects is out of our control.
And I can substitute on that. Our specific partners as to which the scope is limited to are very aware of the situation, and we are in open and transparent conversations with them on that piece.
Thank you. Are there any more questions for the auditor on the 2021 statement? I'm not seeing any further questions, so perhaps then if you want to, Benoit, move to the next statement.
Perfect, thank you. So moving on to the 2022 financial statements. So similar to what we've just seen, there is still a qualification to the audit opinion, and again, it's only tied to the same information, so related to the Métis Veterans Legacy Program and the transactions with Manitoba Métis Federation, essentially indicating that we are not able to obtain sufficient information to make sure that the information recorded in the books are complete or accurate with regards to this specific portion only. Otherwise, the rest is considered a clean opinion other than that specific element. Our report was signed at the same date as the 2021 and all approved by the board as well. In terms of the statement of financial position, overall, there's an increase to 41 million in assets. The majority of this is really relating to an increase in the investment value of the legacy fund. Essentially, there was a large increase in the investment value. There is an increase in the advances to Manitoba Métis Federation. An additional 5.5 million was transferred to them throughout the year. Because of the scope limitation and not being able to confirm all the amounts that were used out of that fund, the full amount was kept as an advance to MMF at this point. Which is in part why the large decrease in cash during the year. In terms of liabilities, including deferred revenue, 36.5 compared to 35. So overall, a bit of an increase in funding received that hasn't been spent at the end of the year. So just a question of timing between receipt of the funding and the amount spent. So an increase in net assets to 4.5 million. As we can see in the statement of operation on screen now, it was 9.2 million or 9.3 million of expenses incurred, and a similar amount of revenue has been recognized for the funding that's been received in order to cover these costs. So we have a small loss before the investment income. So overall, there's 2.6, almost 2.7 million of investment income recognized in the year. For that fund. So this is related to some income, dividends, and interest received, but also just the simple appreciation and value of those investments. So overall, an excess of revenue over expenses of 2.5 million compared to the 1.1 last year, which increases the net assets to 4.5 million. So again, similar to last year, we have a statement of cash flow as well, which we take that excess, add and subtract the non-cash items, fluctuations receivable, and so on. So we see a decrease in cash of almost 3.6 to bring it down to 9.5 million at the end of the year. And then again, we have the accounting policies that were used to prepare these financial statements. So no change between both years. Same accounting policies were used to prepare these financial statements, so they're comparable from year to year. And then we have additional notes that provide more information, breakdown of your investments, for example, breakdown of deferred revenue, so the various types of funding received that were still unspent at the end of the year for a total of 33.8 million, and so on. So again, I don't need to go into too much detail. You have this information in your package, but are there any specific questions on these financial statements as well?
Yes. Yep. Any questions? And I see the microphone right there.
Yes, actually, it's Joanne Young, Métis Nation of Ontario, and I don't have any questions, but I do know that there is a motion in our package to accept or receive the audited statements. And I won't go through all the whereases, but it's be it resolved that the Métis National Council General Assembly accepts/receives the audited financial statements for the periods ending March 31st, 2021 and March 31st, 2022, and I would so move.
Thank you. Do we have, excuse me, before I perhaps accept that for movement, perhaps if there's any other questions first on the statements ending in 2022, and then if and when we're done questions, then I'll return for that motion and ask for a seconder to accept the audited statements. So any questions for Benoit on the statements ending in 2022 first, and then I'm not seeing anyone come up. Okay, then yes, I will entertain, and we accept the mover of the motion to accept, and I'm seeing President
I'll
Poitras.
second that motion.
Thank you. So we have
Audrey Petra, sorry.
Thank you very much, President Poitras. So we have the motion to accept the audited financial statements, both in the ones ending in 2021 and 2022. I will again ask if there is unanimous consent. So at this point, if there's any objection to the acceptance of the audited statements for those 2 years, please let that be known. I'm not seeing any hands, not seeing any lights come on at the microphones. So we'll then accept that as unanimously, pass unanimously. I'd like to thank the Assembly and thank our auditor.
Thank you, Benoit, and thank you, Nick. I also just want to say a huge thank you to the Board of Governors once again, but also we struck a finance committee at the Board of Governors a few months back. On that finance committee, we have President Poitras, President Smith, our current CAO, Louise Simard, Nick, and myself. And it's been an absolute pleasure to be working with the Finance Committee to be doing all of this work together. And thank you so much to everybody who's pulled together to get this piece done. This was a big piece for us to move forward. I do just want to try to make a commitment to all of you, and I'm surprised it hasn't come up on the floor, to get these audited financial statements to you before we actually vote on them the day of. It is our commitment now that we are caught up to try to get this done in a timely manner so that we have the time and the ability to do that, just as we will with resolutions moving forward now that we're at the catch-up point and we're looking forward to moving this forward really well. So thank you, everybody, for your patience, and thank you for helping us move this piece of business forward.
Thank you very much, President Caron. So we are ahead of schedule. That almost never happens, and so we're gonna take advantage of that. If you look on the agenda, we had the appointment of auditors and the audit and financial statements, which we've just had and passed. We're going to move right into the Métis Rights Panel presentation. I assume we're ready. We're in a position that we could do that. We'll do the Métis Rights Panel and then go into the health break, and I'll have Melanie to speak to us just before the break. But if we can just go with the Métis Rights Panel, that'd be great. And then we've got a lot of work later today, so any time we can keep ahead, that's great for us.
Okay, great. And this is even going to be really brief, so we may even have a chance to introduce the next agenda item as well. So this is just a quick brief for everybody about the Métis Rights Panel. So over the years, the Métis Rights Panel has been an institution of the Métis National Council. They've met to meet and discuss and talk about the Métis rights agenda, to keep everybody informed about the pieces that they're moving forward in their jurisdictions, and to also identify those tricky and sticky issues that we need to come together as a whole to collectively advance. So we reestablished at the June Board of Governors meeting, we made a motion to reestablish the Métis Rights Panel, and we had our first meeting back in September. It's brand new. We're really looking forward to working together. At this point, we have from British Columbia, we have Walter Minot appointed to the Rights Panel with support from his associate ministers, Patrick Harriott. From Alberta, we have Andrea Sandmeyer appointed to the committee, or to the Rights Panel. From Métis Nation Saskatchewan, we have Vice President Leclerc, and from Ontario, we have Mitch Case. So it's an absolute honor to be moving forward with those four individuals. Oh, and then we also have Melanie Omenaho with La Femme Chefo Tepamiswak sitting on the Rights Panel as well. So really looking forward to moving this piece forward. The Métis Rights Panel provides us with such a great opportunity to come together, to have these discussions, and then provide recommendations to the Board of Governors and to the General Assembly on those pieces that we want to move forward together. So we talked at our first meeting, we had presentations by the rights lawyers that represent each of the Métis governments to talk about those priorities. And we've come to an agreement that the first priority of the Métis Rights Panel will be to move towards the creation of a Métis claims process to provide an effective mechanism for redress of the loss of Métis lands, denial of rights, loss of culture, assimilation, and discrimination. And we quickly came to consensus that this is absolutely critical for us to want to move forward together. So we have kind of carved a pathway forward on how we will be doing this, starting with developing a policy paper that we can all come to agreement on, and then finding different ways that we can all lobby together with the federal government to make this a reality for us. So there will be a resolution, as I understand, brought forward by some members of the Métis Rights Panel to really just ratify that direction from you, the General Assembly, for us to move forward on that issue. So that's the Métis Rights Panel. There will be lots more to discuss as we continue to move forward. Like I said, we've only had our one meeting so far, but really looking forward to moving this forward together. So that's our update on the Métis Rights Panel.
Thank you, President Caron. So you know that when you talk about rights, we talk about them as a sort of a single thing, and rights are a very, very, very huge bundle. We could be talking about the land claim rights. We can talk about the rights of women. We can talk about the rights of grandparents. We could talk about LGBTQ2A plus rights. We could talk about the rights of disabled. So when you're getting your circle and you're thinking about what rights there are, you have to feel that bulging package of rights, and what everybody wants to recognize may not be the same thing. It doesn't mean they don't have priority. So I invite you to think about those within your nations, within your family homes, and within your national context, and appreciate everybody coming together on that. So another piece underneath you to have committees that are looking at this from a national, provincial, regional, and family perspective. That's a huge thing. Just feeling good as a half-breed citizen up here. Just need to share my joy with you about what that feels like as somebody who hasn't been part of that process. I think we're going to move into bylaw amendments. If we're going to recoup as much time so we don't have to move into. Autumn, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I believe moving into the bylaw amendments, it would be best to do another roll call just because there are new faces at the table.
Sure. Do we have the roll call?
Where's Mr. Guy?
So we'll get the roll call papers. So maybe we will go to a break. But if I may just introduce the bylaw amendments and what we'll be doing here at the General Assembly. It's a different process than typical resolutions, as the Resolutions Committee reported to you yesterday. Bylaw amendments don't go through the Resolutions Committee. The way that we amend our bylaws, it first goes to a vote at the Board of Governors meeting, and then it has to be ratified by the General Assembly in order to make those changes to our bylaws. As I reported to you yesterday morning, we recognize that there's a lot of work to do on our bylaws to move us forward in a really good way, to revision what the Métis National Council can do in the next 40 years. We have an incredible opportunity to do that. But today we only will be bringing 6 minor changes to the bylaws that have been all unanimously agreed upon by the Board of Governors to be able to continue our business in a good way. And so those are under tab 6 in your binder. Should I go through them still, or should we just go to break? Okay, okay.
Or maybe we could get Melanie to speak.
Well, I can start walking through the bylaw amendments. Oh. But I can just like kind of give the context behind each of them and then, okay, yeah.
So we will thank you, Autumn, for the comment about getting a roll call done. And we're just organizing the documents to be able to do that. And it looks like we have those. So we'll use the roll call that we had available for the in-camera session. And so if I could call out your name and you could respond with your name, please. Walter Minot. Oh, dun, dun, dun. Okay. Susie Hooper. Deborah Fisher. Patrick Harriet. Sean Deverin. Rainey Gervais. Paulette Flamand. Pixie Wells. Colette Trudeau. Those are staff. Okay. Alberta. President Patra.
Audrey Patra.
Dan Cardinal.
Dan Cardinal.
James Cardinal.
James Cardinal.
Jason Eckberg.
Jason Eckberg.
Dwayne Zaraska. Andrea Sandmeyer.
Andrea Sandmeyer.
Bernie Willett. Judy Gentis.
Judy Gentis.
Gary Gagnon.
Gary Gagnon.
Marilyn Lizet.
Marilyn Lise.
Tracy Brown.
Tracy Brown.
Carol Risdale. Barry Dibb. Shannon Dunfield. Irene Mercier. Valerie Quintel. Hannah Nash. Saskatchewan. President McCallum. That's his short new name. Michelle Leclerc.
My nickname.
Michelle Leclerc.
Michelle Leclerc.
Lisa McCallum.
Lisa McCallum.
Linda Sopp. Laura Burnoff.
Laura Burnoff.
Ryan Carrier.
Ryan Carrier.
Mark Friesen.
Mark Friesen.
Loretta King.
Loretta King.
Autumn LaRose Smith.
Autumn LaRose Smith.
Candy Debray.
Andy DeBray.
Victor Goulet.
Victor Guillet.
Victor Guillet. Adam McInnes.
Adam McInnes.
Barry Falcon.
Barry Falcon.
Darlene Mackay. Yes? Okay. Lynn Rainier. Helen Johnson. Kevin Roy. Oh, and Minister Dignas. Minister Dignas.
Brent Dignas.
I just want to tell you a story about yesterday. We talked a little bit about, You know, in the old days, we used to show up and sleep in our car and do whatever we could. I happen to know that Minister Dignas has had to do that only because there was a bit of mix-up in rooms, and he silently went to his car and had a snooze because he didn't want to be a fuss maker about no room. So hats off to you for keeping up our traditional practice of sleeping in our cars. Ontario, Hank Rollinson,
Hank Rollinson.
Joanne Young,
Joanne Young.
Sharon Cadeau,
Sharon Cadeau.
Renee Graville,
Rainey Gravel.
Mitch Case,
Mitch Case.
Steve Callahan, Tim Sinclair, Roger Rose, Andrew Dufresne. Okay. We got you, sir. Walter Minot has entered the building. Okay. Thank you for the request, Autumn. And move into a bit of a discussion about, we can move into your bylaws.
Sure. Should we? So what we did with the Board of Governors is we counted them all at the same time, but do you really want to read through one by one?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we just introduce the first one and then we just go into discussion and I can provide context if needed.
So, President Patra,
Madam Chair, can I just, Carol Ridsdale is here. She's
Okay.
just stepped out, but she is here. The alternate is taking her place at the table, but she's still here. She will
Okay.
be back.
thank you. So we understand that these bylaw amendments were discussed at the Board of Governors 2 days ago and that people are very familiar with what they are. This is a matter of putting them before the General Assembly for ratification. So we will read them out and then President Karam may have comments about them and then we will look for ratification after that. You comfortable with that? Okay.
So these can be found at tab 6, behind the, I guess the first amendment or resolution is behind the second blue sheet at tab 6. All right, so we'll go with the first resolution. Resolution submitted to the 2022 Métis National Council Governing Assembly. Subject, Section 1 of bylaws amended, submitted by Métis National Council. Date submitted October 13th, 2022. Whereas the registered office of the corporation is shown as Saskatoon, Saskatchewan in the bylaws. And whereas B, the registered office of the corporation is now in Ottawa, Ontario. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Section 1 of the bylaws be amended to say, quote, the registered office of the corporation shall be in the city of Ottawa in the province of Ontario and shall be located therein at such address as the Board of Governors may from time to time determine, or in such other city, province, and address as the Board of Directors may hereafter determine. Michelle Leclerc, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm prepared to make that resolution, or that motion to change that, this resolution, I should say.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Joanne Young, Métis Nation of Ontario, ISO second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the first resolution? I'm seeing, yes, go ahead.
Autumn LaRose Smith, MNS. While I'm in support of this motion, simple in nature, however, I would just want to pass along to whoever is on the bylaw committee that a motion like this, in my opinion, there shouldn't necessarily be a motion to state the office because it can get messy constantly having to change it if the office were to change. And so perhaps pass along to the bylaw committee to create a motion that allows some sort of freedom without having to change the bylaw every time we want to change office.
I think the end of the resolution has tried to cover that, but I think it's noteworthy to anticipate that there will be the next General Assembly will have a large number of changes to the bylaw and that be kept in mind, that we can use some language that doesn't create that kind of permanence. So noted for everybody's back burner that Autumn has raised the issue of how much detail needs to go into the bylaw for surety. It matters for serving documents and all those kinds of things. And so I think the resolution worded the way it is covers the concern for right now at the end. Comfortable with that, Ms. LaRose-Smith? Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Okay, so we have to call it.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, so these are changes to your actual bylaws. So we're going to go through the roll call, and we're going to go through the lists, not necessarily the alternatives, but we're going to go through the lists and call your name out, and you can say whether you're in favor or not. I'll say your name out, and my co-chair will note whether you're in favor or not, okay? Walter Minot,
In favor.
Susie Hooper,
In favor.
Deborah Fisher,
In favor.
Patrick Harriet,
Yes.
Sean Deverin.
Yes.
Thank you. Audrey Putra,
Yes. Can I
Dan
just have a-
Cardinal.
Can I just ask you a question though?
Yes.
while we're at it? So we do have two alternates at the table right now
Okay.
because I think they have voting rights as well with their alternates. So I'm just
Okay.
wondering about the alternates not.
Yeah, so we'll
What
go.
that was supposed to mean.
We'll go through the initial 15 that we've been provided. If there's someone that doesn't respond, then we'll continue on to ensure that we've counted 15 votes from
Okay.
the appropriate number of votes. So
Thank
whether
you.
that's an alternate, if we could go to that point, we will.
Thank you for the question. Dan Cardinal,
Yes.
James Cardinal,
Yes.
Jason Ekberg,
Yes.
Dwayne Zaraska,
In favor.
Andrea Sandmeyer,
Yes.
Bernie Willett,
Yes.
Judy Gentis,
Yes.
Gary Gagnon,
Yes.
Marilyn Lazee, Tracy Brown, Carol Ridsdale, Barry Dibb, Shannon Dunfield, Irene Mercier, Valerie Quintel. Will take us to 15. Valerie, are you here? Yes. That will take us to 15 for Alberta. Glenn McCallum. Michelle Leclerc.
Yes.
Lisa McCallum.
Yes.
Linda Sopp. Laura Burnoff.
In favor.
Ryan Carrier.
Yes.
Mark Friesen.
In favor.
Loretta King.
In favor.
Autumn LaRose Smith.
In favor.
Candy DeBray.
In favor.
Victor Gaylet.
In favor.
Adam McInnes.
Yes.
Barry Falcon.
In favor.
Darlene McKay.
Yes.
Nope, we got them. Oh, no. Brent Dignas. Sorry,
Yes.
Minister Dignas, yes. Okay. He's like a ninja, okay? I'm trying to paint a picture about Minister Dignas for you. Hank Rollinson,
Agree.
Joanne Young,
In favor.
Sharon Cadeau,
In favor.
Renee Gravel,
In favor.
Mitch Case.
Alternate Steve Callahan in favor.
Alternate Steve Callahan in favor. Thank you so much. Okay.
That passes unanimously, 40 in favor, none opposed, none abstentions.
Thank you very much.
Move
Just,
right-
I'm just wondering, can we, do we have to do this one by one, or can we package this in one group and make a vote on it at the end, instead of going through each resolution individually?
So maybe we could put some power in the hands of the assembly and say, there's been a request. All of you have read through these bylaws and are familiar with them. There's been a request to do these as a group rather than one by one. That will mean you undertake that you have read and understand and know what you're agreeing to. And I would like to, first of all, put out there, is there anybody that has questions or concerns about doing it as a group? Yes, Marilyn.
I just have a question. Why aren't we doing a show of hands instead of each individual?
Because we have to go through roll call for a change, substantial changes to your bylaws, so that we can note that everybody was here and everybody agreed, and note we're trying to have as much
But we-
details.
We did roll call already and established that everybody was already here.
Well,
So why, I don't see the difference. If we did roll call and now we're voting on these resolutions, I don't understand why we just can't do a show of hands.
That works certainly if it's unanimous and everyone's in agreement. So then it's easy to say everyone voted in favor. If there's a difference, then
And it has to be unanimous?
no, it certainly does not. Everyone has their individual vote, but the reason why we go by way of a roll call vote, one, as my co-chair stated, these are changes to the bylaws, so it's the foundational documentation or documents of the MNC, so that those votes need to be recorded, and so that's why we go by way of roll call, so that the vote of each entitled member with that vote is recorded.
so can we add the two comments together, and can I put to the General Assembly the question of whether you will undertake that you have read, are familiar, and understand the bylaw amendments as proposed, and that Marilyn is asking and that when we look at passing these bylaw amendments, that we do them in the similar fashion we were doing this morning and asking for unanimous, and at that point anybody who wants to abstain or disagree with it, we could do it in that manner. So I'm putting this back to this room as the people who are running this government. How would you like to move forward on that? Can we have more comment? Yeah.
Can I just say, Sean Davern, I so move that we move forward that way.
Thank you, Sean Davern.
Hank
Seconder
Robertson, I
for that.
seconder.
Hank, was it? Yeah.
Yep.
Seconder for that. Okay, discussion.
Sorry, just for a point of clarification,
Yes,
is this discussion based off of the motion to vote for all of these as a motion, or this is to vote for the bylaws themselves?
This is, it's got two components to it. One is that they're done as a group, and two is that they're done through the process we were using this morning, in that we will look at them all at once. We will look at all the bylaw amendments at once rather than individually and get individual votes, and that the way we ratify them will be by asking if there's anybody in disagreement or abstaining from the vote. That's the motion that's on the floor right now.
And my apologies, this is my first General Assembly. What are the rules because normally with omnibus motions, especially for bylaws, to group a bylaw means that all the bylaws being changed all have the same spirit and intent, and usually to do with regular housekeeping. And so I think for the most part, all of them do have just regular housekeeping, except for the last bylaw change, which is would be separate from that, because it's not necessarily just regular housekeeping of updating names and addresses type of thing.
And you're referring to, Autumn, can you? The consolidation?
Section 21 of the bylaw is different.
Which one?
After the second page, yeah, the very last of these. This one.
So it's changing it to any two governors can be signatories for contracts.
So Ms. LaRose is referring to the proposed changes that require signing authority, two signatures. And so moving that out of just typical general housekeeping and saying that's a very substantial move in terms of the financial picture of the Métis National Council, we could separate that last movement, that last resolution out and do the other ones as a group, if you would like to go ahead that way, so that we've separated them. So this is,
Madam Chair,
yes.
I would suggest that also the second bylaw change where MMF is being removed is a substantive change and should be moved out of the grouping. It's a pretty substantive thing for these bylaws.
So now you can appreciate why we were going to go one by one, but we could. So the new motion on the floor. So I want to say that would you be open to a friendly amendment to say motions 3, 4, and 5 be grouped together,
Yes.
and motions 2 and the number 6 be separate? Okay, how does that feel?
Yes, and there's obtain confirmation from the secretary.
Let's just keep going in regards to what you were doing. We could have finished 3 of them already. We would have been just about done.
Welcome to politics. Okay.
Then let's move on to the second one. Then we'll do it that way, and then we can do with that the other 3 in the group. So resolution submitted to the 2022 Métis National Council Governing Assembly, subject section 3 of the bylaws amended.
Sorry, just a point of order.
Yes.
There is a motion on the floor.
Oh, yes. Thank
So if we can maybe deal with that.
Yes,
that
thank
would be
you.
good.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is that we continue through the motion, the review of the resolutions, and that there are 2 that will be dealt with as individual motions and 3 that will be grouped together. We will not go through roll call to affirm and adopt those, that we will look for abstentions and disagreement. Okay.
And we can do this by hands. So in favor of the motion to proceed as my co-chair just stated, please raise your hand. Okay. Thank you. Any opposed?
Any confused?
Any abstentions? Any abstentions?
Actually, I wasn't even sure what we're voting on. That's why.
Well, certainly, if that ever is the case, please let us know. We want to make sure that every vote, everyone is aware of what's being voted on. So we'll recap that because there's 4 votes that I see that we didn't receive. So again, this is to deal with the second resolution and the final resolution individually, the ones in between as a group, and to us to proceed by way of seeking first unanimous consent and determining whether there are any objections by way of hands instead of going through by roll call for every single vote. And
President Petra.
So all I'm saying is we've had about 3 or 4 or 5 different suggestions. And I think what you've done is kind of tried to combine them into a motion. And all I'm saying is I'm very confused what that motion is.
The motion, the amended motion by Mr. Daverin and I'm sorry, the last Rollinson, thank you. The motion that was brought and the amended motion was to originally it was to group all of the remaining resolutions for the bylaw amendments into one group. It was pointed out that the 2nd and the 6th are more substantive in nature. So the amended resolution on the floor was to deal with those individually, but to deal with 3, 4, and 5 as a group. So to pass those at one in a block, if I can put it that way. And then from the suggestion that we had, instead of proceeding by way of a roll call vote for every single vote on the bylaw amendments, to proceed by way of the process we've been doing earlier by seeking unanimous consent first and determining if there was any objections or abstentions. So instead of going by way of asking every single voting delegate by roll call for their position, that's the motion, the amended motion on the floor. And that's what we'd be voting on at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Just looking for some efficiency, I think people are trying to find a way that has been working so far. We're trying to make sure that there's no loopholes, and so we're trying to combine a few different spaces in here. So what will happen is we've now read the second resolution for your bylaw amendments. We're looking to pass those. Then we will group the next few, and the last one will be done on its own. Yeah. No extension.
So with regards to the vote on whether to proceed by that way, we did have 36 in favor. No, there was a lot of 4 votes that didn't come in. So we'll say that passed, and then so that's how we'll proceed. And so I appreciated the point of order that we hadn't dealt with that resolution on the floor, or the motion on the floor. So I will return to now reading resolution 2, and we'll be proceeding on that one on its own. So resolution submitted to the 2022 Métis National Council Governing Assembly, subject Section 3 of bylaws amended, submitted by Métis National Council, date submitted October 13, 2022. Whereas A, Section 3 of the bylaws refers to Manitoba Métis Federation, brackets MMF, being a member of MNC. And whereas B, MMF is no longer a member of MNC, and it is desirous to correct this in the bylaws. And whereas C, the Métis Provincial Council of British Columbia is now referred to as, quote, Métis Nation British Columbia, close quote. Now therefore be it resolved that Section 3 of the bylaws be amended to say, quote, membership in the corporation shall be the Métis Nation of Alberta and the Métis Nation Saskatchewan, herein referred to as the, quote, founding members, the Métis Nation of Ontario, and the Métis Nation British Columbia, hereinafter along with the founding members referred to as the, quote, members, and individually as, quote, member.
So move.
So move.
Do we have a seconder?
Sorry, the note taker's looking for your name.
Nope.
Oh, sorry. Patrick Carey at Métis Nation, British Columbia.
Thank you, Carrie.
Do we have a seconder?
Hank Rollinson, second.
Hank.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion on this resolution? Yes.
Deborah Fisher, Métis Nation, British Columbia. It's just a question maybe in regards to Métis with an accent, and then throughout the other resolutions, there is no accent on the rest of the Métis. I don't know if we can just clean it up now or if it's even necessary.
So duly noted. I think the typo can be corrected to have the proper accent over the E in the word Métis throughout the bylaw amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion? Not hearing question. So we will proceed by way seeking unanimous consent to begin. Is there anyone who objects or wishes to abstain from the vote? Otherwise, I will seek everyone in favor of passing the resolution. Any objections or abstention? Seeing none, I declare that this resolution passes by way of unanimous consent. Thank you. So we'll move on to numbers 2, 3, and 4. Sorry, 3, 4, and 5. I will read all 3 of them out, and then I'll ask for mover and seconder for these as a group. Resolution submitted to the 2022 Métis National Council Governing Assembly. Subject, Section 6 sub B sub I of bylaws amended, submitted by Métis National Council, date submitted October 13th, 2022. Whereas A, Section 6 sub B sub I speaks to the time period within which a governing assembly for the Métis National Council must be held. And whereas B, the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act provides the period within which the annual meeting of a nonprofit corporation shall be held. Now therefore be it resolved that Section 6 sub B sub I of the bylaws be amended to say, quote, "The annual meeting of the Métis National Council General Assembly shall be held no later than 15 months after the prior annual meeting of the Métis National Council General Assembly, but not later than 6 months after the end of the corporation's preceding financial year at the call of the Board of Governors." And I do note the typo there where it should say "of governors," where it's just an F. The second resolution in this grouping, resolution submitted to the 2022 Métis National Council Governing Assembly, subject Section 14A of the bylaws amended, submitted by Métis National Council, date submitted October 13th, 2022. Whereas it is desirous, A is desirous to ensure that Board of Governors meetings are held regularly, and where the president is unwilling or unable to call a meeting, that other avenues are open to hold a Board of Governors meeting. And whereas B, it is desirous that a simple majority of the governors can call for a Board of Governors meeting. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Section 14A of the bylaws be amended to say, quote, "The president shall be responsible for calling meetings of the Board of Governors, provided that if a majority of the governors in writing requests a meeting of the Board of Governors, the president shall call and preside at such meeting. And in the event the president is unwilling or unable or fails to call and preside at such meeting, the request shall be sent to legal counsel for the Métis National Council, who shall call the meeting, and the governor shall elect one governor to preside over such meeting." Close quote. And the third resolution in this bundle, resolution submitted to the 2022 Métis National Council Governing Assembly, subject 14C of the bylaws amended, submitted by Métis National Council, date submitted October 13th, 2022. Whereas A, the provision of the bylaws dealing with telephone or communications is outdated, and whereas B, it is desirous to bring that provision of the bylaws in line with current practice. Now therefore be it resolved that Section 14C of the bylaws be amended to say, quote, "Subject to any consent of the governors required under applicable law, a governor may participate in a meeting of the Board of Governors or of a committee of the board of the board by means of a telephonic, an electronic, or other communication facility that permits all participants to communicate adequately with each other during the meeting, and a governor so participating is deemed to be present at such meeting." So I will ask for a mover and a seconder to move these three together. And if you could just introduce yourself just for the minutes, minute taker.
Joanne Young, I so move.
Thank you, Joanne.
Métis Nation of Ontario.
And we
Deborah
have a-
Fisher, I second that. Métis Nation, BC.
Thank you. So this is now before the assembly. Are there any discussion, comments, questions?
I love this third resolution. We can now meet through seance. We could do lots of things with this motion, okay? Yes, ma'am.
Deborah Fisher, Métis Nation, BC. I can't believe I'm being the spelling police because
Please do.
spell check on computers was the best friend I ever had. Just another typo under whereas A section, just with capital S, and it's also on.
Where are you, ma'am?
Which of the three resolutions is that?
That
Oh,
first one.
section A.
Yeah. And resolution 3.
And for those, that's appreciated that we're pointing out, but of course, the whereas portions are not what's being amended. That's just kind of really the background for it. Yeah. If there's any corrections required in the portion that's being resolved to amend, then that's certainly something that we would want to highlight. Yes, it's Steve right here.
It's Joanne Young again. I am assuming, and perhaps I shouldn't do that, that where there needs to be the accent over the E in
Yes.
Métis, it will be corrected in all of the bylaw revisions.
Absolutely. That's easily fixable. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yes.
Bernie, will that, just a clarification on the section 14A of the bylaws be amended, where it says the president shall call and preside at such a meeting, and in the event the president is unwilling or unable to, or fails to call and preside at such meeting, does it cause a problem if the president does not call the meeting but wishes to preside after that?
So the question on the floor is, the president doesn't call the meeting and somebody else does, and then the president says, I'd like to preside over the meeting that you called without me. This is the question on the floor. So discussion? I have to think about that. So this is a good question to discuss. President Patra.
I just want to say that definitely we discussed this at the Board of Governors level, but I think now that you brought up that question, I do have a question as well, because we know that a lot of what went on in the past was because we called meetings, but the president didn't show to chair those meetings, and it was considered a non-meeting. So does this address it? I guess is my question now that we're questioning further, even though we did talk about it at the Board of Governors meeting.
So it's a very good question, because it could be something very, something unanticipated. The president is sick, can't call the meeting, isn't able to. She won the lottery. She now lives in the Caribbean. We can't get a hold of her. There could be lots of reasons she's not available. And then she comes back from her holiday and the meeting is on. She comes back because she was sick and the meeting is on, and she is prepared to step back in. That's one reason that could happen. We're just looking through the bylaws, and President Caron has pointed out that it is very clear in the bylaws that the president does chair the meetings. And so the resolution, as I understand it, is to deal with the situation as addressed by President Patra, to ensure that meetings can go ahead with or without the president, and that there's timeframes for those to happen. It is in accordance with the bylaws, to answer your question directly from my interpretation of it, that should the president step in when the meeting has been called without her, that she would resume the job as chair of that meeting. President Patra?
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
I
okay.
think it does, as I read it further along, it'll be similar to what we had to do through going through the courts. We're just saying that we could go to legal counsel and they could call it
Yeah.
now. Okay.
Yeah, so I think the purpose of the resolution is to ensure that there's no meetings that are being held hostage, and so it will go ahead. If she shows up and the Caribbean wasn't that great, that's awesome. If she doesn't, we're going to have a meeting without her. Okay. Okay. Any more discussion? Adam?
Just one minor typo on the resolution on section 6.
Yes.
The very last line says Board F Governors instead of Board of Governors.
Oh yeah, I think my co-chair raised that. That subliminal typo.
Yeah.
We're going to try to hire a spell checker moving forward.
Any other questions, comments, discussion?
All right, so we will proceed. This is again to pass all three of those resolutions dealing with section 6BI, 14A, and 14C. I will ask at this time if there is unanimous consent. So if there's any objections to passing this unanimously, please let me know by raising your hand or turning on your microphone so I can see the light. I'm not seeing any hands. I'm seeing some looks like let's get this going. Just want to make sure we give everyone a chance. I am not seeing any objections. So we will rule this passed unanimously, these group of 3 resolutions. Thank you, everyone. We are just flying along. This is great. So we are on the final resolution of the bylaws. So I will read this out. I'll ask for a mover and seconder, and then we'll open it for discussion. Resolution submitted to the 2022 Métis National Council Governing Assembly. Subject, Section 21 of Bylaws amended, submitted by Métis National Council, date submitted October 13th, 2022. Whereas A, the bylaws require that all contracts, documents, or other instruments shall be signed by 2 founding members. And whereas B, it is sometimes inefficient when urgent business is being conducted to obtain the signature of 2 founding members. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Section 21 of the bylaws be amended to say, quote, contracts, documents, or any other instruments in writing requiring the signature of the corporation may be signed by any 2 governors, and all contracts, documents, and instruments in writing so signed shall be binding upon the corporation without any further authorization or formality. In addition to the authority of any 2 governors, the governors shall have power by resolution to appoint a person or persons on behalf of the corporation to sign specific contract documents and instruments in writing, or to provide that specific holders of an office of the corporation may sign on behalf of the corporation categories of contracts, documents, and instruments in writing regarding specific types of matters of business and or committing the corporation to specified expenditures. I will ask if we have a mover and a seconder for this resolution.
Susie Hooper, MNBC, I move this.
Joanne Young, Métis Nation of Ontario, I second.
Thank you very much. So this resolution is now before the Assembly. So I will open it up for any questions or discussion on this resolution.
I will note the missing S. Whoever finds where it's missing first will win $5. Our note taker wins the $5. I heard aha from in the corner. Lisa?
I would like to, Lisa McCallum, Métis Nation, Saskatchewan. I would like to ask the mover and seconder to make a friendly amendment to that motion, that resolution. If you actually read part of the article under 21, it removes the founded members. In the bylaw that exists, we have to have 2 founded members to sign any contracts or any other documents per se. And what I would like to suggest is, because today we have 2, I would like to suggest that we have 1 founded member versus the proposed bylaw excludes and can go ahead without the founded members to do any of the signing of the documents or any of that stuff. Thanks.
So can you word what you propose?
In addition, it would go, in addition to the authority to, just give me a minute.
Just so I understand, what you're asking is that it would be a founding member has to be one of the 2 signers. Okay.
Yes,
So
because today, Chair, it reads contracts, documents, or any instruments in writing requiring the signature of the corporation shall be signed by any two governors of founding members, and all contract documents and instruments and writing signs shall be binding upon the corporation. So now it's saying to delete that, and it's saying, in addition, the authority of two governing members. So two governing members with the proposed is able to sign those documents without the founding members being there.
Okay, so so we've got some suggested wording, and here and so this do you want to read that?
Sure.
Okay.
Let me just give me a moment because there may be. I just want to make sure that there's only one spot that may be needed as opposed to two. Just.
Yeah, I think both places. I think it has to be there and-
Excuse me, it's Joanne Young, the Métis Nation of Ontario. I find the wording that was just read out extremely confusing. I don't have an issue with the one founding member, but if I could suggest a bit of a wordsmith as the seconder, the signature of the corporation may be signed by one founding member or by two governors, brackets, one of which must be a founding member, close bracket, and move from there. Because it's saying there's two that are required. One of them must be a founding member, but it's just making a little clearer.
Right. I think you're both saying the same thing and asking for the same thing. And so we've got some proposed language. We're just trying to make a decision as chairs whether it needs to be in the first sentence and the second sentence. So we're just, and what we're proposing that we add is for a friendly amendment is that one of whom must be a founding member, and we'll see where that fits in. Okay.
It could just be in addition to the authority of, in addition to the authority of
Those two governors. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that works.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, can you put your listening ears and eyes on? Here's what we're proposing as a friendly amendment that would, I believe, deal with the concerns that were raised. Contracts, documents, or any other instruments in writing requiring the signature of the corporation may be signed by any two governors, one of whom must be a founding member, and all contracts, documents, and instruments in writing so signed shall be binding upon the corporation without any further authorization or formality. In addition to the authority of those two governors, so I've removed the word any, those two governors, the governor shall have power by resolution to appoint a person or persons on behalf of the corporation to sign specific contracts, documents, and instruments in writing, or to provide that specific holders of an office of the corporation may sign on behalf of the corporation categories of contracts, documents, and instruments in writing regarding specific types of matters of business and/or committing the corporation to specified expenditures. Oh my God, I love lawyers. Yes, sir.
Bernie will let you. So you're going to add the S to the contract.
That's the first. Yeah. Thank you, bro. Okay. Okay, so how are you feeling with the proposed amendment as read out?
First, we'll look at our mover.
Oh, yeah, as the
confirm.
mover, are
Yes,
you
I agree with my
comfortable?
counterpart over there, the change word.
And
yes.
with that
I
wording?
agree with the amendment.
Thank you. And does that, and I just want to make sure, Ms. McCallum, is that reflecting the concerns that you had? Sorry.
Secretary McCallum, if it's not clear, it'd be great to have a discussion about it. Sure.
Sorry, my question or concern is where it states the governor shall have power by resolution to appoint a person or persons on behalf of the corporation to sign specific contract documents and instruments. So I recognize that that there still needs to be a resolution by the governors, but that the governors could technically give the ability to one single individual signing authority for contracts. So I'm not too sure whether or not that policy around what the signing authority looks like for the appointment of one person, whether or not that should be in a bylaw or not. But I would recommend to the Board of Governors to create strong policy when granting signing authority to a single individual.
So a very good context for the concern that's raised is, so it's absolutely conceivable that you don't want a whole bunch of people signing every contract that you get into. There will be multiple contracts that you're dealing with on a regular basis. However, the concern that's raised is in future, as you design the bylaws, that you're that your policies are very clear about how those people are selected and how long they have the authority for and what that authority actually exists for. So I appreciate the commentary. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Joanne Young, Métis Nation of Ontario. There was some discussion about this at the BOG meeting on, I guess it was Tuesday. I'm not sure what day of the week it is anymore. And yes, and the development of policies and procedures was something that was discussed. And that is something that has begun within the MNC because it didn't exist. And there's a lot more work to be done, but definitely the strengthening of the policies and procedures, financial and others are on the agenda.
Thank you. Any more discussion about the amendment to this resolution as it stands? So my interpretation of the proposed amendment says there must be one founding member in regard to any two signing members moving forward within this bylaw.
All right, so not seeing any more further discussion then, and given the acceptance of the friendly amendment by the mover and the seconder, we will look then for unanimous consent to pass the resolution as amended. And so I will ask if there are any objections at this time. And again, I want to make sure that we're fully clear. This is the additions that my co-chair read in to the resolution that was the printed resolution that would be in the book. Not seeing any objections. One last chance to object. Seeing none, this resolution passes unanimously. So this is very good. We are doing quite well for time. We are just about to go for the break. However, just before we ask you or get you to step away, we're going to have President Minaha come up and she wishes to address the Assembly briefly before we break.
Good morning, everybody. And I know you want to go for your breaks. So one of the things that I wanted to bring to the attention of this assembly is a story from Northern Saskatchewan. Megan Gallagher was a young Métis woman who went missing over 2 years ago, and her family knew that she probably had been murdered and she was missing. And she was missing for 2 years, and just very recently, within the last couple of months, they have found her body, and more importantly, they have found several people that are responsible for her death. And those people are being charged, and actually I think one's running at large right now, and they're looking for them. But what I want to tell you is that the Gallagher family is an amazing family, and Brian Gallagher is the dad, and he goes around along with her mom, and they advocate and ally for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, as well as are attending court case after court case after court case in relationship to all the people that have been charged for her murder or have been indirectly involved. So that family is so resilient, it's phenomenal. But they have a daughter named Lindsay who started walking over a year ago from Kelowna, and she's walking all across Canada. Right now she's in Quebec City or close to Quebec City. And there is some social media groups that are called Lindsay's Walk. And I would love if the Métis Nation would support her. Right now in Quebec, she's having a challenging time because the police don't want her walking along the roads. There isn't a large entourage. In fact, she's by herself with her husband as they're doing this walk. And she's trying to create awareness for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And if we could follow her and support her in any way that you can, that would be very important, because these families are doing this on their own. They're so committed to trying to create awareness around what happens to some of our young women, and we need to stand beside them and support them. So thanks for giving me the opportunity to come and tell you about her story.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted, Melanie, Lindsay was brought to our attention by our national president, and when she came through Ontario, we were there for her, and we gave her information about each of our councils along the way, so they were able to assist her and her husband. So
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take 555. Go shake your sillies out. Great work, you guys. We're moving along. When's the last time you were at a meeting that was ahead of schedule? This is awesome. Last time I was here, did she say?
She said when it was a parent-teacher interview.
Find your seats. Okay. Okay, thank you. We're just looking for President Caron, so we don't carry on her business without her. Yeah. Yeah, it was right there. So I just opened. She said, "Can I have your old ones, please?" So I said, "Sure." So I just want to start a conversation here. Not to halt the celebrations of my, we're doing such a great job. And moving right into the resolutions, many of you saw on the agenda that we didn't anticipate it would go so smoothly this morning with all our movers and our shakers. And so we have had someone approach the chairs to ask if it would be prudent to give everybody an opportunity to caucus until noon so that you can review your resolutions, because people were prepared to meet over the noon hour about their resolutions to have clarity about it. And it's an excellent idea to come as prepared as you can. People were tired and working very late last night and trying to get these resolutions put together. We've had a peek at the resolutions, and we would love to give you an opportunity to make sure you're very clear about what you're asking for. And so Dave and I are both lawyers, and we think between the two of us, we have about 6 opinions, okay? And we read these resolutions, and I said, well, I think it means this. Well, I think it means this. And he said, it doesn't mean that at all. It means this. So I want you to know that between Dave and I was right, but between Dave and I,
That's only because you work with a lower standard of proof than I do.
So we would love to give you the opportunity to really look at your resolution and what are you asking the Métis National Council to do with or on your behalf, and be clear about that, because if it's ambiguous, she gets to make it up. Her staff can make it up. Okay, that's been an issue in the past, so be really sure. So that was something that's been put forward, and we were asked as chairs to raise with you. So if we could have somebody set us up for that, I think we should ask somebody to make a motion that you, President Petra.
Yes, I would like to move that we provide an opportunity for each of us to caucus with our delegates prior to dealing with the resolutions, and now is a perfect time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Lisa McCallum, Métis Nation Saskatchewan, I second that.
All right, and so what I'm going to ask is if we have unanimous consent to do that, and if we do, then the idea would be to caucus until the noon or the lunch break at noon. Certainly able to continue those discussions during lunch or through lunch. And then the idea was we would return after the lunch break, ready to move and discuss the initial resolution. So do I have unanimous consent? Any objections to that plan and that motion on the floor?
Discussion?
Yes.
So just to be clear, we're gonna caucus now and we'll come back at 1 o'clock after lunch.
That's the
That's
proposal,
correct.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions for clarity? Opportunity to caucus, review your resolutions, break some bread together, make sure you're feeling good about it, coming back at 1 o'clock. Anybody have any further discussion?
Any objection, then we'll move to the question. I assume we're going to have unanimous consent on this. Seeing no objection, then we will break to allow the caucus of each delegation, however they wish to proceed. And then for lunch, and we'll return at 1 o'clock.
1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, my friends. Okay, we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Yeah, let's go side by side. Chairs, that would be great.
Is this Cassidy's stuff?
Yes.
I guess that's her name. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. Put it out of hand reach. Hand talker.
Do you mind if we just go through these? Okay. Good afternoon. If I could get everybody to take their seats, we can get started. Saskatchewan is very absent, so we'll give a couple more minutes to let Saskatchewan filter back into the room before we get started.
All of them.
You know that the AV guys have the resolution document ready to put up on the screen? We do. Just be very clear and tell them we need it up on the screen so that they know.
Okay. Yeah, and I think there's one document.
Yes. And then just tell them if you need to scroll.
To the next one.
Yeah.
You look good up there, Chris.
Woohoo! I was trying to take over chair yesterday.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay, good afternoon. It looks like we've got most of the chairs filled with folks that should be here. You know, one of the tricks that we use in university to make sure that students stay awake while they're writing exams is we keep it really cold in the rooms that they're writing exams. So there's a method. Somebody's decided we should not get groggy in here, whether we've eaten or not, and they're keeping us alert with a bit of a chill going through. Tough Canadian Métis, we can handle it. Okay, so we are about to get into the review of the resolutions as put forward. We've got the resolution committee chair with us, who's going to go through those. We will do roll call again to start this off to ensure that we've got everybody here. And then we will proceed. I'm going to give you a heads up that the person who is making the motion for the resolution should be aware of the resolution. And I think you're going to be asked to read that so that we've got everybody reading their resolution out. And I'll leave that to the committee chair to give you direction on, but I just want you to have some preparation for that. And we'll start with roll call.
So just as previous roll calls, please repeat your name so we know that you're present. Walter Minot. Susie Hooper.
Susie Hooper.
Deborah Fisher. Patrick Harriet. Sean Davern. Rainey Gervais. Paulette Flamond. Pixie Wells. Audrey Portois.
Audrey Petra.
Dan Cardinal.
Dan Cardinal.
James Cardinal.
James Cardinal.
Jason Eckberg. Dwayne Zaraska.
Dwayne Zaraska.
Andrea Sandmeyer. Bernie Willette.
Bernie Willette.
Judy Gentis. Gary Gagnon.
Gary Gagnon.
Marilyn Lazzie. Tracy Brown. Tracy Brown. Hannah Nash. Carol Ridsdale, sorry. Thank you. Barry Dibb. Shannon Dunfield. Irene Mercier. Valerie Quintel. Glenn McCallum. Michelle Leclerc.
Michelle Leclerc.
Lisa McCallum.
Lisa McCallum.
Linda Sopp. Laura Bernhoff.
Laura Burnoff.
Ryan Lee Carrier.
Ryan Lee Carrier.
Brent Dignas.
Brent Dignas.
Mark Friesen.
Mark Friesen.
Loretta King.
Loretta King.
Autumn LaRose Smith.
Autumn LaRose Smith.
Candy Debray.
Candy DeBury.
Victor Gillet.
Victor Guillet.
Adam McInnes.
Adam McInnes.
Barry Falcon.
Barry Falcon.
Darlene Mackay.
Oh, yeah, there she is. Hi.
Darlene Mackay, thank you. Lynn Regnier. Lynn Ray, thank you. Helene Johnson. Calvin Roy. Great. And then Ontario, Hank Rollinson.
Hank Rollinson.
Joanne Young.
Joanne Young.
Sharon Cadeau.
Sharon Cadeau.
Renee Gravel.
Renee Gravel.
Mitch Case.
Mitch Case.
Stephen Callahan. Tim Sinclair. Roger Rose. Andrew Dufresne. Thank you. And I do see we have Walter Minot back as well. Thank you.
Hand it over to you, my friend.
All right. Well, good afternoon. So the Resolutions Committee did meet this morning, and we did review all of the resolutions that were presented to you, and none of them are invalid. They are all valid, so they're all going to be brought to the floor. We are going to ask, we're going to go through them in order of the stapled copies you would have received. And we asked that the mover of each read out that, and then it'll be handed to the chairs for process.
Question, Autumn?
Yeah, I'd like to request, I'm not sure if this needs to be a motion, but request that resolution number 10 be the first resolution that goes to the floor, because it has impacts on other resolutions coming forward. So that would just be, in my opinion, a matter of housekeeping to switch those.
So I think that's an easy request, given that you only have 10 resolutions. I think in future, the committee should make those decisions and have that decided before it comes to the floor. But I think it's easy enough to do today with only 10 resolutions.
Yeah, and the reason for this request is because there are going to be suggested amendments to some of the other resolutions that that are impacted by whether or not this passes.
So if there's a youth rep on them. Yeah. Thank you very much, Autumn.
Sure. Okay, well, with that, we will start with the last page of the package. So that's page 18. Or do I have 19? Okay.
Last page. We're covered.
Yeah, the last page. And we'll ask Autumn LaRose Smith to read out the resolution.
Thank you. MNC AGA October 2022 resolution to create a National Métis Youth Council. Whereas it is stated on the Métis National Council MNC website that the MNC represents the Métis Nation nationally and internationally. It receives its mandate and direction from the democratically elected leadership of Métis governments in Ontario, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia. The MNC governing members, who are the MNC governing members. Specifically, the MNC reflects and moves forward on the desires and aspirations of these Métis governments at the national and international levels. Whereas the importance of including, supporting, and celebrating youth was a theme during the governing members' update from the Métis Nation Ontario, Métis Nation Saskatchewan, Métis Nation of Alberta, and Métis Nation British Columbia during day one of the 2022 October MNC AGA, as well as a key theme from the update of Les Femmes Métis Otipim Swiak. It is becoming increasingly clear that creating space for and empowering young Métis leaders results in amazing outcomes, not just for youth, but for all Métis people. Whereas it is critical for the sustainability of our nation as a whole that youth be an integral part of all work being done on a local, provincial, and national level, and we must ensure youth voices are included at the Métis National Council as the Métis National Council moves forward on national efforts from direction given by the governing members at the AGA and Board of Governors. Whereas a motion was unanimously passed at the July 2018 MNC AGA to implement a Métis Nation youth strategy with the objective of developing a 10-year Métis Nation Youth Accord addressing the following themes: developing a unique Métis Nation distinctions-based approach addressing the needs, circumstances, and aspirations of Métis Nation youth. Support improved educational and quality of life outcomes of Métis Nation youth. Support the goals, aspirations, and skills of Métis Nation youth. and support the coordination of culturally significant wraparound youth approaches whereby Métis Nation governments directly deliver programs, services, and initiatives directed at Métis Nation youth. Whereas each governing member of MNC has established a provincial youth council. However, there has yet to be established a national youth representative body to ensure that the work being done on a national level by the MNC truly reflects the unique needs and desires of Métis youth across the nation. Now be it resolved that the Métis National Council work together with the provincial youth representatives from each governing member to create a national Métis Youth Council. Be it further resolved that an update on the status on the creation and implementation of the Métis National Youth Council be given at the following MNC AGA. I so move. Autumn LaRose Smith.
Seconder?
Hannah Nash, Métis Nation of Alberta, and I second that.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Autumn. Discussion. Yes, sir.
In which case, Métis Nation of Ontario, I have to strongly oppose I'm just kidding.
He's aging out. It makes sense.
I think in a former life, President Karen and I wrote about 7 versions of this resolution, and I'm just really happy that the youth are taking it forward. So it's got my support.
Nice. Thank you. Yes.
Just a quick question. What is the age at the Métis National Council level for youth? Because I think each of our provinces have different age groups. So if somebody could share with us on that one.
For sure. Can I, sorry, get your name?
Oh, sorry. Shannon Dunfield, Métis Nation, Alberta.
Thank you, Shannon. 18 to 29? Yeah.
It is different with every governing member, which is, I think, an exciting part of the MNC, working with the provincial youth representatives to ensure that that's taken into consideration during the creation process of the National Council. But I would assume that it would be the youngest to the oldest. So I think that Alberta is 12 and BC goes to 30. So that is my interpretation, but I'm very excited for future meetings with the youth representatives and MNC on discussing that.
And just to supplement, the MNC does not have a designated age for youth because the MNC does not deliver programs and services to youth. So it would be, I assume, to be decided upon by the Youth Council. The federal government has actually extended the youth age to 35 now. Long live the youth.
How much did you have a role in that?
That's so great, given we were talking about the age of Gabrielle Dumont and Louis Riel last night. Okay, further discussion? Anybody have anything else they would like to raise? President Patra, thank you.
I just wanted to say that for Métis Nation of Alberta, I don't think our youth council is at 12, but we do have youth programs that we run from 12. So, but of course you can discuss that as the part of the youth council for sure. Thank you.
Well, that sounds like let's call a question. So if you'd like the question called, if you could raise your hand and will be recognized, sir. Let's call the question. I think there's been opportunity for any objections. There's just been some clarification on age. Should we use the same process as we used this morning? Anyone opposed or want to abstain from voting? The youth are watching. The youth are watching. The Grandmothers Council is in the front of this room saying, how are you treating them kids? No one opposed, anyone abstained? We might ask Autumn to recuse herself from voting on this, and Hannah? My heart is huge. Congratulations, Métis National. opening resolution. Congratulations to all of us for that.
I do have to say that is one resolution I would have liked to have raised my hand really, really high on.
Okay, that's a great point. Everybody in support of the Youth National Council, put your hand up in the air. Nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go to page 1 of your package of resolutions, and I'm going to look to Susie Hooper to read out the title and the resolution.
I'm going to
Please.
move the resolution, but I'm not going to read it. I'm going to move that up to Dave or Marilyn up there. Do I have to read it?
That would be very good of you as an elected official.
Okay. Some of the words I trip over, so forgive me if I do.
Just read nice and slow.
All right. I didn't realize that was part of the. All right.
Oh, yeah.
No, she needs to make a motion. Yeah.
Okay, subject, creation of bylaws review committee, submitted by Métis Nation, British Columbia, submitted to Louise Simard, MNC, date submitted October 12th, 2022. Whereas the Métis National Council bylaws created in 2003 have not been reviewed fulsomely since their inception. B, these bylaws, which represent the will of the Métis Nation or Métis citizens, and sets out the principles under which the citizens of the nation have agreed to work together, are represented at a national level, and is subject to the Living Tree, quotes, doctrine, which provides the nation that would be vigilant to ensure that governing documents are current and adaptive to changes, and C, the principles of good governance. It is incumbent of the MNC Governing Assembly to ensure that the MNC bylaws are current, ambiguous, and represent current realities. Be it resolved that the MNC Governing Assembly directs that a committee be established, mandated to review the MNC bylaws and suggest changes for consideration at a subsequent Governing Assembly. B, the composition of this committee be as follows. A, one political, quotes, elected official, appointee from each governing member, and le femme chef autumblixiac, LMFO in quotes, or in brackets. B, one political, in quotes, staff, appointee from each governing member and the LMFO, and C, one non-political staff, quotes, appointee from Métis Nation Council who will serve as a main point of contact for the committee functions. C, each governing member will select their appointees in whichever manner they choose and inform the MNC of their appointees. D, this bylaw committee is required to report their progress and any suggested bylaw amendments to each governing assembly. I so move this.
Thank you, Susie. I'll look for a seconder. Mr. Rollinson?
Hank Rollinson, I second.
Thank you. So this resolution is on the floor, and before I go to a request for discussion, I'm going to suggest just a minor change, and I know Susie and the delegation from Métis Nation BC, as I get to work with them quite often, the terminology there in 3 spots of MNC Governing Assembly, I think should be General Assembly, just to keep it within the wording of the MNC bylaws. I know it's that's our wording out west, so so perhaps I'm going to suggest the changes there in Part A, MNC General Assembly, and then later in that sentence at a subsequent General Assembly, and then under D at the end of that to each General Assembly. So Ms. Hooper, is that agreeable?
Yes, it is.
And Mr. Rollinson? Thank you. So with that minor change, I'll open the floor for discussion. Yes.
Autumn LaRose Smith, Métis Nation, Saskatchewan. I would like to suggest an amendment under be it resolved that section B, the composition of this committee be as follows, to add in under section BA, add in one member from the National Métis Youth Council.
So for that amendment, oh, yes, Mr. Harriet?
Patrick Harriet, Métis Nation, British Columbia. I fully agree. I'm just not sure the timelines of the actual constitution of that council. So I would say once established, just so it doesn't hold up the bylaws committee actually starting the work, if that's okay with everybody.
Yeah, I'm in agreement, once established. I also have another amendment, if I may. So where it says, be it resolved that, section A, to add on, so where it says consideration at a subsequent General Assembly, to add in the wording, be established through terms of reference approved by the MNC Board of Governors.
Can you read the whole sentence out, please, Autumn?
So to have it instead, just making sure that my edits are the same.
Sorry, point of order. Can we do like one amendment at a time and just make sure that it's okay with everybody?
Yeah, I think what I was just waiting, because that's the issue. If we have multiple amendments, some people might be in agreement with one and not the other. Instead of doing an omnibus, let's do them one at a time.
Sure.
And then that way we can try to hammer things down more efficiently without cross.
My apologies.
No problem, that's fine. So we've got the amendment to add on and under the composition of this committee as to add the one member. And I'm just going to say that would be, at which part did you say, sorry, Autumn? B.
Under B, D.
To add D? Okay. And I presume I wanted to be clear, when we're saying one member, is that going to be similar to the one political elected official, or is this one non-political staff appointee? So just so we're clear and consistent.
I think it should perhaps be a section D, one member from the National Youth Council.
Is one, okay, so this would be an addition.
Once established, or whoever the.
Yes, thank you. So we'll be adding D, one member of the Métis Youth, I just want to make sure, the National Métis Youth Council once established. Okay, and we have the seconder.
Yes.
And I'm seeing an agreement with our original mover, but what will perhaps, just a moment. All right. So friendly amendment, that's okay with Ms. Hooper?
Zuber, yes.
Okay, and Mr. Rollinson?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll pass that as a friendly amendment then to the original resolution, given the accommodation of our mover and seconder. Ms. Rose-Smith, did you have a second amendment that you were wishing to raise?
Yes, thank you so much. So where it says under be it resolved that, section A, I'll just read the whole section. But the section that I'm suggested to be adding in comes after the second assembly, just for reference. So be it resolved that A, the MNC General Assembly directs that a committee mandated to review the MNC bylaws and suggest changes for consideration at a subsequent General Assembly be established through terms of reference approved by the MNC Board of Governors. Just so that the bylaw committee has given some direction by the Board of Governors for that.
Just want to make sure our note taker's comfortable with that. No, I will go and see her. Okay, so it's an addition at the end of the sentence, and here's what I heard you say, Autumn. Did you?
To be established.
Be established. After the word assembly in paragraph A, be established through terms of reference created by the Board of Governors. Is that correct?
Yeah, MNC Board of Governors.
By the MNC Board of Governors.
Terms of reference approved by the MNC Board of Governors.
Okay, not created, but approved.
Janet, is there a copy of the bylaws in the plan?
Oh, okay, so it's.
Yes. All right, so I'm not. Okay, so what we'd be adding there then, if you see on the screen and what you're writing, so it would read, the MNC Governing Assembly directs that a committee be established mandated to review the MNC bylaws and suggest changes for consideration at a subsequent governing assembly, be established through terms of reference approved by the MNC Board of Governors. I see, yes, Mr. Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Métis Nation, British Columbia. I agree. I just want to be clear on what that process means. Does that mean the committee will be empowered to sort of create a draft and then bring it to the Board of Governors for approval? If so, then yeah, absolutely.
Really, yeah, exactly that. So that the terms of reference are approved by the MNC Board of Governors, because I think that for me, when I first read this, I was very excited. But my first thought was timeline and scope. And I think because the spirit of the resolution being put forward is kind of a fulsome review of the bylaws. So I think how it reads in its current state, in my opinion, doesn't necessarily really reflect that it's a fulsome review. It could perhaps pertain to minute changes. So to have that terms of reference be approved by the Board of Governors, I think would give direction on timeline and to ensure that we're finally updating our centuries old. Just kidding. It's only our bylaws would be able to go on the youth council.
And if I may have a supplemental on, I know
Yes,
this is not supposed to be crosstalk, but
Sure.
I guess the reason that I just want to make sure that it's the committee itself that can do the drafting is because I don't want to put that on the Board of Governors to get around to that. So if the work can be done and then it can be approved by the Board of Governors, I think then the timelines will be expedited.
So that's what the wording would say, be established through terms of reference approved by the MNC Board of Governors. So.
And then that's what I understood when we had the question, when my co-chair was saying that the word we weren't sure we heard was created versus approved by, right? And so I think that clarifies, or to a degree, that how that was created. It's the approval of the MNC Board of Governors, not through the creation of them. So that's another amendment. So I'll put it to our mover and our seconder if that's an agreeable amendment, friendly amendment, if I can put it that way.
Susie Hooper, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Rollinson?
Hank Rollinson, as long as what Patrick was saying, it's the committee that will draft up the terms of reference, give it to the Board of Governors and get them to ratify it, then I'm fine.
Thank you. And I think this is important, and this is a great example when we're looking at resolutions that come before an assembly, that there's always nuances, there's always different things. And as my co-chair was talking about, with lawyers, there can be, between the two of us, there's probably more than 6 opinions. And I think that's important when you're looking at the specificity and the direction, being specific. And one of the good things about having these discussions and having them, with our president present, with our citizens watching via live stream, and the notes that are taken, the discussion, the context behind it is within the room. And, so there is that accountability that can be provided, but it's also, not saying a warning, but an example of where specificity in the resolutions that come forward is of great assistance in ensuring that proper accountability can be done, so that in the future that it's clear who's making the terms of reference, who's doing what and when. So thank you. We have those 2 friendly amendments within the resolution. Is there any other further discussion on the now resolution as amended? One example, if you look at Part C, each governing member will select their appointees in whichever manner they choose and inform the MNC of their appointees. One of the things that may assist, and this is just perhaps not a suggestion, to take it or leave it, but to putting a deadline on when an appointee, so that that there's a time, and again, an accountability mechanism that that we're not being held hostage by, for example, one member not providing an appointee or an appointee for that, or then them knowing that they had their opportunity. So perhaps I'll turn.
I think one of the things that your chair suggested to you yesterday was you don't really put the dollar and figure in there, but you could put timelines in there. And so one of the timelines that's in here is by the next General Assembly, you'll be having discussions about it. But all of you are going to go home today to the 1,000 fires burning on your desk, and you're going to, these things start to drop down to the bottom of the list. And so one of the things about putting timelines within your resolutions is to hold your own feet to the fire, frankly. So that's completely up to you as the governing members.
Co-chair recognizes Mr. Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Métis Nation, British Columbia. I think that's a good point taken. I don't think there's anyone around the table that wants to not see this effort be underway soon. So if the Assembly is amenable to this, what about having each of those representatives by, say, the next Board of Governors meeting, which I believe is December 15th? I don't think that's an unreasonable timeline, and it'd be nice to be able to get the work started.
And so what I'm hearing, and I'm just interpreting from what I'm hearing, but for perhaps an addition behind, so if we're looking at C, after the words inform the MNC, perhaps putting by and the date that you're suggesting, December 15th?
Yes.
Or the next Board of Governor meeting? Yeah, so if we'd want to flush that out, and then we'll turn it to our mover and seconder, if that's agreeable.
So we could use the language by the next Board of Governors meeting scheduled for December 15th.
2022.
Thank you. Thank you.
I will turn it to.
Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you. And Mr. Rowlandson? Yes. Okay, thank you. So we've added in that under Part C there, that deadline or that time frame, that specific time frame. So each governing member will select their appointees in whichever manner they choose and inform the MNC by the next Board of Governors meeting scheduled for December 15th, 2022 of their appointees. Thank you. So that is the amended resolution, the further amended resolution before us. Any further discussion? I'm hearing a question. If you want to please, and I see a hand raised. Yes.
Question.
So we have a call for question. We have had an opportunity for any further discussion. So we will proceed in the manner in which we've been trying and going through. And so I will ask, and again, this is the resolution as amended thrice by way of friendly amendment. If there's any objection or those wishing to have their vote noted as an abstention, please raise your hand or alert me through the use of the light on your microphone. Going once. Going twice. We have unanimous consent.
Okay, we're moving on to page 2 of your package. Going to look to Patrick Harriet to please read out the resolution. Thank you.
Patrick Harriet, Métis Nation, British Columbia. Establishing governing members' policy tables. Whereas one of the main functions of the MNC is to foster collaboration between the governing members of the Métis Nation. Collective negotiations and collaboration is the spirit of the Canada Métis Nation Accord signed in 2017. Collaboration amongst the governing members on policy matters will lead to sharing of best practices, identifying common challenges, and unified goals and results. And it is essential that the MNC's advocacy efforts be informed by the collective position of its governing members. Be it resolved that the Governing Assembly directs the MNC to establish policy working tables on priority subjects. 1. Each governing member and Les Femmes Michif Otapamisiwak will have 2 appointees at the respective policy table. 1 for political representation of the governing members, and 1 for staff support. The subject matter of the initial policy tables will be children and families, economic development, language revitalization, K-12 education, information sovereignty, and justice. I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Harriet. Seconder?
Dan Cardinal,
Thank you, Mr.
Métis Nation
Cardinal.
of Alberta.
Thank you, Mr. Cardinal. So as with past resolution, I just want to note that under E, we have the governing assembly directs, and this is a general assembly. So I would suggest we move into that Métis National Council language. Are you comfortable with that?
I am, and I'd like to point out that the letters don't start with A either for some reason. So if it can be. And yeah. Oh, and under F is govern. Yeah, all governing. No, wait, that's governing members. Yeah, sorry. Yes, I am amenable to that.
That's a very good catch, sir. And of course, as these go into the bylaws, they'll get their own numbering system. So thank you for pointing that out. Discussion. Yes, Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the mover, if you would consider a friendly amendment. Thank you. To include under be it resolved that number 2, there are a number of policy priorities here, and health is not included. So would you consider addition to that for health? And also because now we have a National Youth Council being established to include youth. Thank you.
Just for clarification, are you suggesting that that we change E number 1 to include the Youth Council, National Youth Council, in addition to the Femme Michif Otipimsuak in number 1? And then in number 2 to add letter G, health. Is that your proposal, Minister?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for the clarification. That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay.
Patrick Harriet, MNBC. Yes, I just want to add, of course, the when established for the Youth Council, just to make sure that it's doesn't hold up the work starting. Absolutely.
So you are open to an amendment that includes each governing member and Le Femme Michif Otipimsuak and a youth council member once a council is established, to paragraph number 1, and to paragraph number 2 to include letter G, health. Seconder, are you comfortable? Where is my seconder?
Yes.
Dan, yeah, thank you. Okay, discussion? Autumn.
Thank you, Chair. Autumn LaRose Smith, Métis Nation, Saskatchewan. Just a request for amendment of changing the name from policy tables to be instead titled National Advisory Tables. So that would be require a change in the title. In be it resolved that the first line, I don't know what it's A for me, but I'm not too sure. And then number 2. So where it would read the subject matter of the initial national advisory tables will be.
Be it resolved that the General Assembly direct the MNC to establish a national advisory working tables. Is that wording you're comfortable with?
National advisory tables or.
Okay, yeah. Not working national. You're going to presume they're working whether we tell them to or not? Okay.
That's my hope.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you?
I suppose perhaps that's up for some conversation. I think the intention here is that we would be creating policies to direct, not to advise.
Okay, more discussion on that?
I guess there's some confusion regarding the development of these policies in terms of to govern the Métis Nation, Saskatchewan, and or sorry, not Métis Nation, the Métis National Council, and what that looks like and how that affects all of the governing members as a whole. And because the MNC moves forward on national efforts for all of these priority areas, and so whether or not that's in the way that they move forward results from policy or results from the through, I guess, taking in consideration the advice from all of those leading members of those from those conversations. So I'm just not too sure. And for me, I'm just a little bit confused how policy comes into play and whether or not for this specific resolution, you're specifically talking about policy and procedure for the Métis National Council in the way that it works, or for policy for the Métis National Council in that policy that they're planning to move forward on a national level.
So the question is, what is the work that's going to happen here, and who is it going to, and what's the direction of that? And if we think about who can bind the General Assembly or the Board of Governors, it's only so all you can ever do is make recommendations or advise to the Board of Governors. You can't direct them to do anything. They are the ones that make the decision on that. Is that this table? Yeah, this table makes those decisions.
So I guess it was about getting subject matter experts from each governing member to inform. So I guess, yeah, if you want to call it an advisory body, then I'm okay with that, because it is ultimately going to be going to the Board of Governors to do the actual directing. So.
Appreciate the conversation. I think, I think we all wonder, where's the policy fit in with the regulations, with the laws, what's sort of our guidelines for things, what do we do that's informal and formal? And so it's a very, very healthy discussion to say, what should this look like and what do we mean by that? So it's very, very, very good debate to have about that. Calling it your National Advisory Committee may lift it to, may lift the name, may lift the committee to something that is, we've got a bigger body to go to for this. And so I understand why the name would be put forward that way. We can have a different discussion about that. So like, nobody's getting married and having kids over this. We can for sure change its names later, but I think it's good to think about it now also. Patrick?
Take another stab at it. Policy advisory table. But I do like the word national in scope, because I think it does elevate it to a certain national level.
Minister, Vice President Leclerc.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess my thoughts are, we have a permanent bilateral table mechanism. As Métis Nation Saskatchewan, for example, we set the policy for our government in Saskatchewan. So I think we have to be careful here in terms of what we call it. We're close to going into legislation. We're close to negotiating modern day treaties. So I think we got to be really careful about that. And I would support this motion if it was advisory. And maybe if we added on, to be clear, if we added on to, D, which is actually F, collaboration amongst the governing members on policy matters and lead to sharing of best practices, identifying common challenges and unified goals and results, and supports the permanent bilateral mechanism process. Just so that we're really clear about what we're saying here. And as our chair had indicated, what is this committee doing for what purpose. And I think that I would feel more comfortable with that kind of wording.
So just to be clear, you're asking for an amendment to the whereas clause. Is that correct, Vice President Leclerc?
Yeah, so it's lettered here as F. So it would be at the end of F, and unified goals and results, and supports the bilateral, the permanent bilateral mechanism process.
So just for everybody's clarification, the whereas clauses do not become part of the bylaws in any way. This is information that you would go back to if you were trying to understand why did we do this and where did this information come from. So the whereas clause, if you want the amendment to the whereas clause, just to be clear, it's not part of the regulation once it's passed, the bylaw. Yes, sir.
Right, but it does explain sort of,
Yes.
if I can just really quickly respond to that. It does sort of set out the purpose of the advisory table. And as I said, I'd just be more comfortable using the word advisory.
Mitch Case, Métis Nation of Ontario. So I'm not speaking for or against it. And I know that this is work that's been taking place at the MNC, and I'm just trying to understand the tables that are already set up with senior officials. How do these play together? Can someone, maybe President Karen or someone, enlighten me on that? Is this replacing that? Is it supplementing that? What is that?
I can speak, but I don't want to interpret the intent of the mover and seconder of this resolution. Currently, the Métis National Council has technical committees set up on the various policy areas that we work on, so that there is collaboration amongst the governing members at that technical level. So we have functioning technical committees at health, economic development, education, I believe languages now. Justice sits at a table where technical level staff from each of your governing members are working together. The gap that exists right now is the ability to bring our elected leadership who hold these portfolios or the expertise in these portfolios in these specific policy areas. We have had discussions amongst ourselves about the introduction of, and not to make this any more complicated, leaders tables and technical committees where they are separate. They don't sit at the same table, but they work together. The technical committee can brief the politicians so that everybody is always constantly up to date. The political level, who are in touch with the communities, what the needs of your jurisdictions are, can always be informing that technical level. It's just creating more space for more voices at this national level. Those are the discussions that we've had in the past, and it's my belief that this is what this resolution is trying to get to.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the information. So we've got Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa McCallum, Métis Nation, Saskatchewan. Then, thank you very much, President Curran, for clarifying some of this resolution. And if that's the intent of the resolution, then that's what the resolution should read. Because that was part of our discussion within our caucus as well, is the leadership, to have that leadership committee attached to the permanent bilateral mechanism that is in place today. And under B, where it says the Métis Nation Accord, which was signed in 2017. So how does that come together? So maybe we need to word this motion to specifically state that. And also the second point that I wanted to bring is I'm not in favor of including the word national, because we are the Métis Nation, like we're on within the MNC, right? So we have a jurisdiction, each and every one of us, but we also have a jurisdiction as a national council as well. So we don't want to get other AFN or whatever, they're, red flags with us. But I think that that word needs to be taken out of there as well. But I'd recommend that this motion be reworded to include specifically what it's meant to do. Thank you.
So Secretary McCallum, do you have proposed language for that?
Just to call it the leaders table. The leaders, the Governing Assembly directs the MNC to establish a leadership committee working table on priority subject matters, and then right in the following it states that they have their staff sit with them, right? As say with Minister Friesen from Saskatchewan, she would sit there with her director of health, and that. So, and Mitch asks a really good question. How do they work together? Because there are technical committees. They've been in existence since the Accord, and those things also have to be considered within this motion. So do I have the right wording? Probably not, but I'm sure we can figure something out.
Carrie, did you catch that? Okay, can you just say it back to us?
Certainly, hang on. In the whereas, the very first one, it's directing the MNC to establish a leadership committee working table on priority subjects.
I believe it would be in the resolve section under E, that the General Assembly direct the MNC to establish a leadership committee
table.
working table on priority subjects. That's the proposed amendment, and discussion around what the title of this table is. There's some question around whether it's national and whether it's a given because it's an MNC table. Where are we at? More discussion.
I'm wondering if it might be easier to align it with the previous resolution.
Can you state your name?
Oh,
before you
sorry,
speak?
Shannon Dunfield, Métis Nation, Alberta. I'm wondering if it might be easier to align it with the previous resolution, B. The composition of this committee will be as follows, and I think that might address Secretary McCallum's concern, because the composition of the committees are one political elected official appointed by each governing member, and LFMO, one political staff from each governing member, and one non-political staff from the Métis National Council, who will serve as a main point of contact, and the National Youth Council once established. I wonder if that might address the concern in terms of the composition of the committee and ensuring that it meets the tables that were discussed by President Caron.
Anybody else? Mitch?
Yeah, Mitch Case, Métis Nation of Ontario. I think, and going to that, the one we passed a minute ago about the bylaw review committee, like my understanding, Madam Chair, would be that I'm assuming it would be the Board of Governors would have to establish some sort of terms of reference for these, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would be my understanding. You can't just saying today we're establishing policy working tables. That doesn't do anything other than say we're going to do it
In the future.
in the future.
Yeah.
But the where the rubber hits the road will be when the Board of Governors approves some sort of a terms of reference for those, right? Does that, through you, Madam Chair, does that address Secretary McCallum's question on it? Because I understand the point she's making, but even looking at this, it doesn't actually do anything until there's some sort of terms on when they're going to meet, how they're going to meet, how they resolve disputes, whatever. Right?
Bonjour. Bonjour, Danse.
Just 1 second, President.
I've been having my hand up here for quite a while.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't see your hand up. Just give us a second to get some clarity here. Okay, thank you. President McCallum. President McCallum, and then I would invite Secretary McCallum to respond to the comment just made. President
Thank you,
McCallum.
Madam Chair. And the pronunciation for that problem that some people have, Utipi Misuwak. Utipi Misuwak. People that own themselves. Utipi Misuwak. Not complicated. But anyway, regarding this resolution, I'm not for it. Simple reason that we have to begin to understand and realize why we sit around this table. Each province, especially the 3 provinces that have signed on with the federal government on the core governance agreement, the ongoing work that we're doing with the federal government, we complicate our lives by putting resolution forward like this. We've been sitting here close to an hour now, trying to find wording for a resolution and not talking about the provinces in regards to where we're at. We have ministers in our government in Saskatchewan. We have engagements with our people on an ongoing basis. Each ministry does that. We update our people with our provincial Métis Council and the live stream that we have with our people in Saskatchewan. We have our assembly coming up that we workshop every file that we have. And so for me, all of a sudden we have another entity from the Métis National Council and find ourselves tying our hands later on that we're obligated to this. We have to now start realizing how better to support each other. And the way that we can do that is knowing what we're doing. That's why the reports, hopefully the next assembly or the second one after that, that we can put forward in regards to what we're doing so everybody gets to know what we're doing instead of creating another entity that confuses everyone, as it does right now, because we can't even find the right wording. And I agree that those things are happening. The national president just spoke about the ministries that he is not a fan of in regards to having ministries with the Métis National Council because it's not a government. That's where we have to start recognizing that we do have ministers. And I hope the ministers will get together, compare notes in regards to where we're at, how we can better support one another. So I'm not in support of this resolution because it creates another entity, bureaucracy, and we need to learn more about ourselves in regards to what we do in our provinces. Thank you.
Thank you, President McCallum. Here's where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some proposed new names for this. We've got some proposed ideas about what the actual function of this table is and why it's been introduced in the first place. And we now have an introduction of a discussion about why would we even support the resolution at all. So we need to figure out how we're going to move forward to be able to, do you want to be able to talk about the details of this, or should we move into a discussion about whether this resolution is going to go forward or not?
Sorry, Chair.
Patrick?
Patrick Harriet, Métis Nation, British Columbia. So the whole purpose behind this, and perhaps it's not abundantly clear, which I apologize, but it's exactly for the purpose that the last speaker spoke of, and that is to get together, to compare notes, to give each other best practices, successes, and to learn from each other. But it's also to look towards the future. And what is the purpose of the Métis National Council? Is it there to bring forward things of common interest to all of us, like we have in some of the resolutions that are coming forward for K-12 funding, for health, for advocating for our collective needs, those things that we're all working on. We're all working on children and families. We're all working on health. Isn't that the purpose of the Métis National Council? But who informs that? It should be all of our subject matter experts in all of our governments coming together, comparing notes, and going to government with one collective voice. So that was the purpose.
Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, member from MNBC for your comments and the resolution. It's created quite a discussion here. I'm considering, because we've had conversation throughout every jurisdiction on how we collectively work together to move the agenda forward, i.e. in health or economic development, wherever the case may be. But as President Caron has suggested and committed to this National Assembly. She's in the process of creating leadership committees to complement those technical committees. And that work is happening right now. So may I make a suggestion here that you withdraw your resolution so that we can see where that work goes, and then let's revisit it at the next National Assembly with perhaps a little bit more of the content that was suggested here today. That's my suggestion.
Vice President Leclerc.
I'm going to withdraw. I was just going to say what Marg so eloquently said.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
So we have a proposal on the floor that we step back a couple of steps from this and hold it in abeyance until the next General Assembly to see if the work of the National Council itself is resolving this issue through the processes they are creating, or if you want to push forward with your resolution.
Patrick Harriet, Métis Nation, British Columbia. Yeah, I think that some of the work has started from the Métis National Council on its own. So, yeah, I will be okay with tabling it and revisiting it and reassessing at our next assembly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harriet. Excellent work. So some great reasons. This is healthy discussion.
Sorry, I hate to be a stickler, but point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
We didn't ask the seconder if he was prepared to.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize. Yes, thank you for that. Mr. Cardinal, how are you feeling?
Thank you. Dan Cardinal, Métis Nation of Alberta. I have to share with you as to why I second this motion at the beginning. When Patrick and I were talking, yes, we are at a national level. There are different provinces and each province is different. Exactly as my friend here, Glenn McCullum, stated about the language. What the Shwak. In fact, he speaks a different dialect of Cree as to I speak. I speak the Y dialect, he speaks the Saskatchewan Cree. Now, as a Cree teacher, I think they call it Bush Cree. Right? Your TH, the dialect is TH. But anyways, in saying that, and then I was looking at Shannon and I was thinking, look at me and I'll tell you it's la femme. LES is la and femme, and just think F it. When you're looking at la femme, machif with the pim shwak. So we as people, I'm now 61 years old. I have 4 grandchildren. My grandchildren just speak English. That's my daughter's fault because once you're a grandparent, you don't get involved with your children. They'll do what they're going to do. But unfortunately, I have to say our language is dying. And when I seen here language revitalization, that's why I put my name forward. K to 12, because I was a teacher for 17 years. So there's all these different things. And the last thing is I should have spoke up earlier. We should have put under G there, undrip, but I didn't think of, putting my name, but I too am okay with withdrawing this, bring it to the next MNC. Merci, Examaga, hi.
Nanaskuman. Very good points. So some very good work on what that should look like, and note to people putting the next agenda together for the next General Assembly. This will be on actually your Board of Governor meeting in December. What's that work look like? So there's other ways that you can bring this to the table to make sure that it's being created as you go along, and invite you to keep an eye on your resolution as you move forward with that. So I'm going to hand this back over to Tyler to move on to the next resolution.
Okay, so we're moving to page 3 of the package. And I'm going to call upon Michelle Leclerc, Vice President, Métis Nation, Saskatchewan, to read out the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I apologize ahead of time, it's a bit long. Fulfillment of the 2021 resolution of the Métis National Council General Assembly. Whereas the Métis Nation shares a history that includes the exercise of the right to self-determination and the inherent right to self-government over generations, including the 1815 rally of Métis forces from along the Saskatchewan River corridor, culminating in the first military display of the red infinity flag at St. John. B, on June 1st, 1816, the seizure of Brandon House by Métis forces under the blue infinity flag. On July 18th, 1816, the Battle of Seven Oaks, also known to the Métis as the Victory of Frog Plain. And I should ask my friend to pronounce the next French words because I can't, but we'll include that. The Métis Buffalo Hunt Brigades, governed by the Métis laws of the hunt that spanned the historic Northwest. The Red River Resistance, leading to the establishment of the first provisional government and the negotiation of the Manitoba Act in 1870 to address Métis interests within the postage stamp province of Manitoba. The petitioning of Métis collectives in response to the imposition of colonial laws and settlement of Métis lands. And in 1885, the Northwest Resistance, including the establishment of a second provisional government, the Battle of Duck Lake, the Battle of Fish Creek, the Battle of Batoche, in what would become Saskatchewan, which resistance led to the execution of Louis Riel by Canada and the implementation of Métis script system to attempt to address Métis claims to land. Specifically, the Métis Nation within Saskatchewan has a history that includes the exercise of its rights to self-determination and inherent right to self-government over generations, including the following events. The first military display of the red infinity flag at St. John, or Fort John, on the Qu'Appelle Valley in present-day Saskatchewan. Following the 1815 rally of Métis forces along the Saskatchewan River corridor, political action and assertions by Métis collectives throughout Saskatchewan in response to the imposition of colonial laws and settlement of Métis lands. In the early 1930s, the Métis Nation in southern Saskatchewan organized to address issues pertaining to Métis script system and Métis claims to land. And they formed the Half-Breeds of Saskatchewan to represent Métis interests in southern Saskatchewan. At the time, the Métis Nation within Saskatchewan founded the Saskatchewan Métis Society to address issues pertaining to Métis poverty, lack of education, lack of employment, land displacement, and hunting issues in southern and central Saskatchewan. And by 1939, there were over 20 community-based representative structures known as locals in rural and urban centers throughout Saskatchewan. In 1964, the Métis Nation within Saskatchewan formed the Métis Society of Saskatchewan, MSS, to represent the Métis in southern and central Saskatchewan, and the Métis Association of Saskatchewan, MAS, to represent the Métis in northern Saskatchewan and non-status Indians. In 1967, the MSS and the MAS merged, retaining the name of the Métis Society of Saskatchewan. In 1975, the MSS was restructured as the Association of Métis and Non-Status Indians, AMSIS. In 1988, the AMSIS held a referendum to limit its membership to citizens of the Métis Nation within Saskatchewan only, which referendum passed and the organization returned to the name of MSS. In 1993, the Métis Nation within Saskatchewan passed the MNS Constitution, defines the Métis Nation within Saskatchewan as people, sets out the MNS's core values and laws, and details the mechanisms of the MNS as the democratic government of Métis Nation within Saskatchewan. And since 1993, the MNS has amended its constitution and enacted legislation such as the Citizenship Act 1999 to supplement its constitution in furtherance of its role as the democratic government of Métis Nation within Saskatchewan. As a continuation of the Métis Nation within Saskatchewan's exercise of its right to self-determination and inherent right to self-government, the collective has, without limitation, created, developed, and evolved the MNS as the Métis government, established democratic governance structures and institutions at the local, regional, and provincial levels through the MNS to represent the Métis Nation within Saskatchewan, established fair, transparent, and objectively verifiable systems to identify and register citizens of the Métis Nation, Saskatchewan. MNS is a founding member of the Métis National Council, MNC. In 2002, the MNC General Assembly unanimously adopted a definition for citizenship within the Métis Nation, the national definition. That was then adopted and implemented by each governing member, or just MNS, or each governing member. Sorry, typo. In the years that followed, the MNC General Assembly, the General Assembly has passed resolutions further clarifying the national definition, including the geographical scope of the Métis homeland. In November of 2018, the General Assembly resolved to place the Métis Nation of Ontario on a one-year probation while it fulfilled certain conditions relating to the MNO's membership requirements and the MNO's identification of 7 historic Métis communities. On September 29th, 2021, the General Assembly passed a resolution directing inter alia that the MNC to immediately establish an expert panel with a mandate to review the history of the 7 Ontario communities through the lens of the national definition and contemporary Métis governance, that the probation period be put into abeyance pending the conclusion of that panel process. It is in the best interest of the Métis Nation that the outstanding matters underlying the probation resolution, the 2021 resolution, be resolved forthwith. Be it resolved that the General Assembly directs the MNC to immediately prioritize the aforementioned historical review as mandated pursuant to the 2021 resolution. The MNC shall complete the historic review on or before May 1st, 2023. The General Assembly shall reconvene before the end of May 2023 for a special sitting to consider the historical findings of the expert panel as mandated in the 2021 resolution and conclusively resolve those matters outstanding in the probation resolution. I so move. Michelle Leclerc, MNS.
Thank you very much for reading
Lisa
that.
McCallum, Métis Nation, Saskatchewan, seconder.
Okay, we had, I know part of the resolutions committee was that the seconder should be included on here, and I do see we have one. So I'm just going to, out of respect, just turn to the individual who's listed on the resolution that came forward, and so I'll turn to
Mark Friesen, Métis Nation, Saskatchewan. I will defer and accept Lisa McCallum's second.
Great, thank you very much. So this resolution is now properly before the Assembly. And so I will open it up for discussion at this point. And so just raise your hands and I'll try my best to keep a speakers list. I first have Mr. Rowlandson.
Thank you. Obviously, we're going to be opposing this. There's already work advancing in the MNC's 2021 General Assembly resolution. I think we should commit to moving on those respectful conversations rooted in rights and our collective responsibilities. Since our founding in 1993, the MNO has been a leader in the fight for Métis rights and played a critical role in securing the 2003 Watershed Supreme Court of Canada Métis rights decision in R versus Powley, which affirmed Section 35 rights for all Métis across the nation. Our priority is and always has been around transparency, accountability, and representing and advancing Métis rights. We are proud to work with the MNC and our fellow governing members to give Métis a voice at the national table as we work collectively on self-government, self-determination, and the development of our respective constitutions. The MNO has for several years sought to have open and productive conversations with our governing members on the history, stories, and rights of the 7 Métis communities which the MNO represents. This aligns with the portion of last year's resolution which states the governing members want to ensure a fair, thorough, unbiased, inclusive, and transparent process in order to better understand the relationship between inherited Métis Nation rights, UNDRIP, the national definition, and Section 35 rights, etc. MNO has been open and transparent about the work we have done to advance rights, the research that took us decades to complete, leading to the joint celebrations of our historic communities in Ontario, including the community recognized in Powley. We have continued to share these rich stories and histories and stories, and provided you all with some of those stories with you in the Rivers of Resistance article. And let's be frank, many of these past resolutions were squarely directed at us for no other reason but to advance a certain political agenda, and there was no actual interest in truth or to finding a way forward. That said, we also know that there are conversations that we all want to have our work in our respective jurisdictions to advance rights and claims. And we know very well that this work matters to the path that the MNBC is on in BC to gather their stories of their communities. So for their sake, we must do this in a way that is respectful and collaborative with all.
Thank you. I next had Mr. Case.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, to you, Mr. Chair, I think I'm struggling to understand this resolution in the sense that we already have the 2021 resolution, and I'm told by our senior officials that the Métis National Council has in fact asked on at least 2 occasions for us to all, as governing members, name our people to that committee. The 2021 resolution said we were supposed to, they were supposed to report back within 1 year of the committee being named. As far as I understand by my senior officials, that request has gone out twice and there hasn't been no response from any of the governing members. And now the resolution before us now eliminates the 1 year timeline for the work to actually be done and sets an arbitrary date for that to, so I don't understand how if MNC is already trying to advance this and the governing members are not coming to the table, then how, I don't understand the purpose of this, right? So I have to speak against it simply because of that. Other than that, you know, I think we have to put this issue to bed. We have to finally end this debate, right? We have come to I've been here 10 years now. And I again commend my friends from Saskatchewan for at least we are now having a civilized adult conversation about this. We've had a few days worth of discussions behind the scenes, and I have not yet been threatened. I have not been yelled at. I have not yet been sneered at and told I'm a fraud or whatever. And so I commend my friends for we're finally having that adult discussion. And so, you know, I agree with it is in, you know, Article P, it is in the best interest that these outstanding and underlying matters finally be resolved. But I don't understand what happened to, we agreed on a process and then nobody followed through. And now we're speeding up the timelines in a way that doesn't make sense with what we're saying. We're just following through on the 2021 resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have 2 further names on my list, Joanne Young and Michelle Leclerc. If I just perhaps before that, if there's someone from the MNC, because you've raised that the process and your understanding, if we can get maybe perhaps some clarification on that process, so that may affect how the further discussions or questions are arising. I don't know, President Karen, if that's something you're able to, or?
So I'm trying to pull up the Board of Governors meeting minutes from the last couple of Board of Governors meetings. But yes, we have tried to move this issue forward. We have definitely tried to seek some clarification on how we are to move forward. The 2021 General Assembly resolution says that it starts by the Board of Governors appointing their folks to the expert panel. We had conversations about this at the Board of Governors meeting, and I believe the last deadline that we did try to set for appointees to the expert panel was back at the end of June. I have only just recently received the appointee from Métis Nation, British Columbia, but just hoping to get some clarity from this assembly on how you want to move forward with this. If not, we will be moving forward with the 2021 General Assembly resolution as it currently states.
Thank you. I next had Joanne Young.
Thank you. Joanne Young, Métis Nation of Ontario. First, perhaps I should share a little bit about Joanne Young. Joanne Young has a grandmother who is a residential school survivor for Île-à-la-Croix. My family is from the Green Lake, Meadow Lake, Buffalo Narrows, Île-à-la-Croix area of Saskatchewan. I have spent most of my adult life in Ontario. So the Métis Nation of Ontario is my Métis government. So my question, and I know that the 2021 resolution is there, is we do need clarity on the resolution, but we also need to know what information do people want and need. Does this assembly need from our Ontario Métis communities, from those other Métis citizens like myself, whose roots are not necessarily from Ontario Métis communities, though I think we're all related when we start talking about how many Delarons are there in the world, or in Montréal for that matter. So there's that. So we're looking at when this committee is struck, what would the information, what would you like to have supplied? We have an incredible registry that has a significant amount of detail. We have done a lot of historical research. And are you looking for kinship ties to the West? Is there that kind of research and information that's needed? But going back to the discussion from my colleagues here at the table, there was a resolution that was passed last year. And can we work on the resolution that exists and provide the information to you as quickly as possible? Because I would say that we probably have most of it ready to go if we know what the ask is. So I'd just like to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I next have Michelle Leclerc.
Thank you. Now I feel like a bad guy. That's not the intention of this motion. There was a motion that was clearly put out in 2021. There shouldn't even really be an argument about this, because this assembly made a motion, and we went through the minutes yesterday, and I'm not going to read it because it's a huge motion, but it does set out some of that stuff. And with all due respect to Ontario, I'm not sitting here saying that your communities aren't part of the nation. But there was a clear resolution made in 2021 that set out the parameters and the guidelines of what this assembly wanted to review. Not Michelle Leclerc, but the assembly. And if we don't stand by a resolution that was passed by this assembly, it really puts it into disrepute. What's the point? If we're not going to respect the wishes and the words of all of the people sitting around this table, whether they were here last year or not, we need to do this. And as far as I'm aware, I know that we've been talking about the Métis Rights Panel reinvigorating that, in June. We met in September. But as far as talking specifically about this issue, I mean, when we're looking at an expert panel, it's an expert panel. We might be experts in our communities, but we're looking at all of that beautiful work that Ontario did. And your president, Fro, presented that to each of the governing members. She presented to us in Saskatoon. And we listened to the work. We heard what you guys were saying. It's not our job, according to this resolution, to determine anything. It's up to, once we have an expert panel, once there's been testimony or evidence brought before that expert panel, then it comes back to this table. And that's clearly set out in last year's resolution. The reason for a May date is we're now a year past that, more than a year past that resolution, which was on September 30th, October, November. So we're putting some time frames on it. And what it does is it keeps all of our feet to the fire, not just Ontario, Saskatchewan as well. Let's appoint our expert, Alberta, BC, Ontario, however that's all going to work. But clearly, there is a resolution, and we have to, do the work that it says. And I love you guys. It's not about that. It's about ensuring that we do the work that we said we were going to do. That's all.
Thank you, Vice President Leclerc. And I think this really goes to the point where my co-chair and I were talking about, when we're looking at resolutions that get passed and discussed, is having those details, having those timelines set out therein, so that we're not revisiting things, so that there are deadlines to, whether it's for, appointment of committee members, appointment of experts to create these panels and those types of things. So it's really good. I have a list going here. My next on the list is President Poitras, and then I believe it's Ms. Cadeau after Ms. Poitras.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to say first, I expected to come and be criticized for not appointing an expert panel member. I was not aware that nobody else did it either. So now I feel okay. But I didn't appoint a person. Yes, there's a resolution from 2021, but for most of us around this table, we know that resolution was put in place because of what happened before, because of all the accusations, all the pointing fingers at Ontario. We know why that resolution came forward in the past. And as far as I was concerned, I believe in us doing things properly. I believe in us following resolutions, but I also believe in us being fair to everyone around this table. And I believe rather than pointing a finger at anybody, we should be having a process that says when something is brought forward that's an issue for us, there's a process to do it, not to lay out as was done in the first resolution that came to us. And basically this 2021 resolution was what was decided following a lesser group of people around the table, and how are we going to deal with something that's been out there for how long? And so in some ways, I heard our national president Cassidy say in her opening remarks that we haven't done anything on that resolution. At that point in time, I don't think she said that nobody had appointed. But she did say, I've considered referring it to the Métis Rights panel. That's one process that definitely could go, where we all have representatives sitting to deal with it. And I don't think it should be just about Ontario. Maybe you want to check up on Alberta and see what we've done or not done that we shouldn't have. And I think that's being fair around the table to everybody. And I did not appoint somebody specifically for the reason that feeling that this was not an appropriate resolution, because what we did was carry forward what other people wanted to use against certain provinces around this table. So I think we need to really seriously, I'm not saying ignore it. I'm like Vice President Michelle has said, yeah, Ontario has provided a lot of stuff, bits and pieces to everyone, because they've never had the opportunity to come to this assembly and lay it out and say, okay, is this the answers you want? Here they are. I mean, from what I've heard, they've done reviews on their membership. They've done more research work on their communities, all of that kind of stuff. But probably half of us around here have never heard that. And yet it seems to me like this resolution is still saying, we're pointing your finger at you, when we don't know that they've done anything wrong or not. That's what it seems like to me. So I want us to, just as I heard Ontario say, deal with this and get it over with. But I don't know if it needs another resolution to do it. Maybe all we need to really do is all of us say, okay, if that's what you're laying out, and I know Vice President Michelle, you responded to Joanne to say part of it is in the resolution. Well, let's make it clear what we want to hear from them. And then let's do that through that expert panel. What I didn't like about the last process, it wasn't about an expert panel. It was about a resolution that was passed, and political people from other provinces were put on to go in and somehow be expected they were going to go in and view everything that another province has done. Well, I'll guarantee you, we would not be happy with that either. We would not allow that to happen in Alberta for one of our other political leaders to come forward and say, oh, now I'm going to check up on you. That's none of your business. It's got to be a professional process that happens. And I think that's why we said last assembly that we would put in an expert panel. An expert panel is not somebody just going to look and see what you can dig up. An expert panel is, did you follow that national definition? Did you do all those right things? And I want to see that as much as anybody else. But I think it has to be fair for all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a list going, and so just I've got Ms. Cadeau next, and then I do have a couple of individuals who are raising their hands who have spoken already once, and so I'll be kind of bumping you down until someone who has not yet spoken to go first. But I am also noting that the time, how long we've been out here, and that the food for the health break is out. So what I'm going to suggest, Ms. Cadeau, if that's okay, when we'll take a short 10-minute break here, go do a short health break, stretch out, and then we'll return with you speaking 10 minutes, because I do see those amazing looking cupcakes. And I know yesterday all the cookies were gone by the time many of us got out.
I was just wondering, I think one of the grandmothers wanted to speak before me, had her hand up, and so I would like to go after. Okay, when we get back.
Sure.
Thank you.
So we'll take 10 minutes, and I'll add to the list speakers. Looks like they're setting up a bake sale table there.
So how many hours?
I'm really bad at keeping track.
What do you do? Just sit down and watch a movie, or do you just-
Mostly I watch the same two shows over. The West Wing and The Sopranos, depending on the calendar. Because I can't watch something new because then I didn't focus on it. So I just watch the same five movies for Charlie. This is Doubtfire.
So do you do this, like if somebody's like, if he's a big fan, do you also reading?
I yes and no. I try not to. I have a lot of deadlines. Sometimes I'll chat. So I'll give you I'll give you my
Okay.
the vest I was wearing yesterday. Something that's not right.
I saw, I know exactly what happened.
Every beat on it, they're all so they're all movies from 19. Well, no, most of them are about 80. So the idea was that that outfit she was wearing, those beads all came from before the wars. We wear back then. And that's, yeah, that was.
You are an amazing artist.
Well, thank you.
Wow.
Mostly just
Nice cell phone case.
So we've got a few seats that are still unoccupied.
Yes, actually.
It is experience to see.
I think yesterday.
Yeah, she did, yeah, she did.
Okay, I think we've got some alternates taking some seats. That's the thing. So before we, or once we get back in, I'm just going to go over the list of speakers I have, the order in which I have them. Again, for those that have already spoken to this issue, I've put you below those that have not yet spoken. So I will start with Sharon Cadeau, followed by James Cardinal, Patrick Harriet, Mitchell Case, Hank Rollinson, and Michelle Leclerc. So that's the order I have. I've got everyone on the list. If there's any other hands, we'll keep adding them on. But I'll turn it over to Sharon Cadeau.
Thank you so much. I'm the Vice Chair of the Métis Nation of Ontario, so kind of this is up Chair Rollinson and our wheelhouse type of thing. So what we usually do at the AGAs is we would have our the minutes done, and then and Jay here is our secretary treasurer. She would then read out the motion action items, and there would be on the side it would say what has been done so far. So then these type of motions don't come up again and waste people's time, because we already are aware of the fact that, oh, okay, this is happening, they haven't chosen this, or, that kind of stuff. Because to have redundant motions to come up year after year, it just doesn't make sense.
And it says where we're at.
And it says where we're at on the motion, so on there. And then once it's completed, we kind of have another sheet with our completed items. So I'm just thinking, part of maybe this is something you want to adopt, and then, going forward.
Thank you.
The other thing I wanted to talk about is I think a lot of people aren't aware of our history in Ontario, and I understand why. August 19th, 2020, Mayor John Tory came to our AGA, and I wish all of you were there. He offered an apology to the Métis people on behalf of the City of Toronto, and I have his letter, and I'm going to read it, but I have Jennifer St. Germain said she's going to get one framed, a letter for each of them, because it's not just for us, it's for the Métis people, and give it to each of your presidents, the letter that was sent to us from the Mayor of Toronto. And you'll understand why it's important. So the City of Toronto has committed to advancing the truth, justice, and reconciliation with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. Canada has learned from the findings of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the National Inquiry into Missing and Murder in Indigenous Women and Girls, as well as other inquiries, that reconciliation could not be achieved without first addressing the hard truths of our past. One of the guiding principles of the TRC is healing relationships requiring public truth, sharing, apology, commemoration, and acknowledgement, and redress past harms. One such truth has been largely overlooked for more than 100 years in the City of Toronto, and its role in the Northwest Resistance of 1885, in which now in the province of Saskatchewan. To begin, let me provide the historical snapshot of Toronto in the late 1800s. It was a far different city as it is today. Toronto had a population around 100,000 people. 93% of the residents were British. 85% were Protestant. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, Métis, led by Louis Riel, were fighting for the rights for their lands following an influx of white settlers and a decline of the bison that threatened their way of life and their very way of survival. The media coverage at the time regularly, sorry, I couldn't say that for some reason, described the Métis as wild, miserable, impulsive half-breeds, and labeled the resistance as a rebellion. On March 30th, 1885, local newspapers, the Toronto World, exclaimed, "War, war, war." The cry and war it will be until Mr. Riel and his followers bite the dust. Not long after the Queen's Old Rifles and the Royal Grenadiers, thank you, Jay, were also based in Toronto, sent hundreds of their volunteer military to join Canada's efforts to suppress the Northwest resistance. Today, I apologize for the role that the City of Toronto played into contributing to militarized action against the Métis people. The City of Toronto financially contributed to the Northwest resistance by providing supplies to the troops, and they returned claimed victory. The City of Toronto organized and funded a grand parade to celebrate. At the time, the mayor, surrounded by City Council, made a speech honoring the troops. On July 24th, 1885, the Toronto World reported about the event. Over 100,000 people yesterday joined in the warmest welcome that was ever given in this fair dominion to the civilian soldiers who had served the country and suppressing the armed rebellion. The oldest and youngest inhabitants agreed for once it was the greatest day in Toronto has ever witnessed. The mayor hosted the first monument committee meeting at City Hall to begin work on a statue to commemorate the soldiers. The committee disbanded, and then another group took up the cause years later. The City of Toronto financially contributed to the monument that is still standing in Toronto today. All of these actions by the City of Toronto funded, celebrated, and commemorated the squashing of the Northwest resistance, contributed to the overall militant of hostility towards the Métis people. For this, on behalf of the City of Toronto Council, I wholeheartedly apologize. And I can go on, there's much more, but I think you kind of get the understanding. So, oh, you want me to say this? Okay, an apology is nothing without action. The year that the City of Toronto, this year, the City of Toronto adopted its first reconciliation action plan. It includes many strategies to enhance relationships with the Indigenous community in Toronto. As part of the plan, the city commits to working together with the Toronto York Region Métis Council to develop educational programs, to commemorate initiatives, and to further explain the history behind this apology and educate all residents and visitors of Toronto. Okay, and there's more, but I just wanted you to know that part. And so there was a reason why maybe our history isn't well known as yours, but we do have history. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. I next have James Cardinal.
Tansa toya kio ka kio da nanas komun. I'm very thankful, but I'm going to speak against this resolution. Wia mamaskate ten tani ki umakapeta yota. I'm really confused on why we brought this up. Tips skoken do toano. Marie Campbell, a peak squid. We listened to Marie Campbell last night. Said words that were very important to me. Kopin to ya. To lift each other up. That's so important. Hegwa. Kama maskate tama. Kama amtonay tama. Pamweski weketutama. We have to think about what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, how it affects each and every one of us. Mwe kiano, hetehta mana, kagitano, who's Métis, who's not Métis. We are umahaski kawigia, miswek tagutana wego. Not only pardon our homeland, we travel everywhere. Our people are scattered right through the whole country. They're from the Red River, from all them lands there. They're all over. Tanihke, humakasta yota. Kaganoapahtaman, when I look at this, it reminds me what I call ghost of the MNC past. Tanihke. We shouldn't think that way. We already, with a few reasons why this shouldn't even been put here, we took MNF off today. Instant. This should have been canceled. They're no longer here because they were the ones that were after our brothers and sisters from Ontario. We're all together. And we talked about how we plan to work together and go ahead. And always remember, government creates problems for us. And then we listen to them and we create our own problems. That's not who we are. Through language, our language, sagihtuin, to love one another. Mamokamatuin, to work together. These are important words. We have to remember our indigenous part of who we are. Kewe uta. When you're Métis, you don't have to look it, but you just got to be a Métis thinker. And everyone that's in here today have that. Teano wanma. Each and every one of us. And that's who we are. Deitenia. Susquatuma kagiutna mahutoche. Utekastaya kanastaya. I think we should take this and just rest it. Let's move on. We're better than that. We are people who love each other. We are people, we are willing to work together and go ahead and make the best of who we are. You know, because always remember, if we pass this, it'll come and affect each one of us. We're creating a problem that we may all say to each other, why in the heck did we ever do that? We had a chance to stop it. Well, we have to stop it. New and date then. We are Ayman. Uma. It's really hard when we don't believe in each and every one of us, each other. So think about it, Pamwis. If we're going to vote on it, think about it. What we're creating. Think about it. New and Dayton, Kinastaya. Let's forget about the ghosts of the past. Let's move ahead in who we are. And I understand it was a resolution in 2021 that we're going to work on. But I also, Dayton, I think we could put it to rest. And then we don't have to create any more work for the MNC. That's my words on that. And then ask now, I think each one of you that here, you are my brothers and sisters, and I don't care where you're from. I love each and every one of you. Now, and it doesn't matter if you're Christianity or you're spiritually. Both sides. Love thy neighbor, kaitwe. Doesn't mean just your neighbor. It means all the people And in the spirituality world, where they have sagituin, means the same thing. So we're all the same. Doesn't matter. Sagituin is the greatest thing ever. To love one another and to understand one another and to work together. Swete tan. Let's leave this alone. Work together and go ahead. Look how proud we were yesterday when they talked about our future. Let's not create problems for our future generation. We are better than that. We are great leaders at Taman. That's what I'm thinking. We were put here for a reason by our people who recognize us as people who are going to work together. That's why we were put here. So with that, I just want to say, in Anaskom Tek, I want to thank you for listening to me. Let's think about it nice and slow. Mamtanete tan. Hi, hi.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Patrick Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Métis Nation, British Columbia. So this has been a very divisive issue. And I feel that I have to speak to it because the citizens that elected me have spoken to me about this for the last year. And the member earlier said that our assembly is now, there isn't the abuse, there isn't the bullying that was experienced in the past. And I think we have the opportunity to have a reasonable, honest conversation and sit down and talk to each other. And that's what I spoke to when this other resolution was passed last year. And my citizens who elected me have said, why haven't you had that conversation? You've had the opportunity, and we don't feel like the conversation has even started yet. So I understand why this resolution has come forward, because my citizens have the same concerns that MNC hasn't prioritized this really important conversation to have with each other. So I just felt compelled to speak on behalf of the citizens who have come and talked to me about this, about having this conversation and starting it, and because we need to have it. Like I said, it's been very divisive, and the conversation needs to be had. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harriet. The next speaker I have, and I appreciate those who have had their hands up and are waiting their turn patiently. For those that have, as I said earlier, for those who have already spoken, I will allow those who have not yet spoken to go, but I am keeping your names in place, so I do have them down. The next speaker I have who has not yet spoken is Autumn LaRose Smith, so I'll turn to you.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I come to this MNC, this is my first time, and so there's a lot of learning for me to do, and I can tell that the motion in 2021 was already, I'm learning that was made without, that motion was put forward with the intention to put people down, and it was put forward without love. It seems that that's how some people feel, but for me, I think I'm hearing that we have an opportunity to rewrite the narrative, and so I feel like this is a perfect opportunity to say, yes, this motion was put forward, and some people feel that it was put forward in a way that was to put people down, but we can use that as an opportunity to say, heck yeah, let's move forward with this motion in an exciting way. And I'm a little jealous, to be honest, that the MNC gets to prioritize researching historic communities in Ontario. Last night at supper, we had Maria Campbell as a keynote speaker, and she was telling us stories that I've never heard before in my life. Stories about the women during the Battle of Batoche, stories about Gabriel Dumont and his wife. These really beautiful stories from history that I've never heard from. And so now to hear that the Métis National Council gets to prioritize researching these Métis communities in Ontario. That's so exciting to think. That those stories that we haven't heard yet get to come out. Those stories about all of the youth that had tremendous impact on the Métis community and the women and people like in that news article that Maria Campbell read from her thing. So I think the motion that's put forward today that we're debating on is really simple in itself. It's just saying, let's hurry up and do this, and here's the new date, because the old date wasn't followed through with for a number of reasons, and for lack of participation or will or whatever. But we can move forward, and I think there's good intention that we're moving forward in a good way. And so rewriting that narrative, saying, heck yeah, let's do this. We have until May 1st, and what an exciting opportunity to celebrate those historic Métis communities, because how often do we actually prioritize researching our own communities and listening to our stories and learning about the people? We do a lot of work advocating on a provincial and national level, but not often do we get to take opportunities to do that type of research. And so in me, I look at this, even though I'm trying to backfill and fill all the holes, and it's really confusing. I look at this as the start to the MNC and all of us prioritizing all of our Métis communities across the Métis homeland, and all of our histories and all of our stories, so that those can be shared. Because when I was in elementary school and high school, the only time that that I'd ever learned about the Métis was in grade 4, because that was the only time that it was explicitly stated in the Saskatchewan curriculum to actually learn about the Métis. And we never got to learn about I didn't know anything about these historic communities that all of us have. Rooster, I just learned about, what was that called? Rooster Town. I just learned about that. That's so cool, and that wasn't shared. And so that, I think, yes, we can recognize that maybe that there was political will, and I'm saying maybe only because I wasn't there, and it's really hard to get the full story of this, that maybe there was political will from other leaders who might not be at the table anymore, who had a secret mission at hand. But it was a double-edged sword for them, because now M&O gets to say, well, here you go, you're welcome. M&O is saying, we're excited to show you all of the research that we've done. We need the rest of us to hurry up and get on board, because they're ready to go and excited about it. And then maybe all of us can say, wow, that was so amazing. Can we do Saskatchewan next? Because we have some really cool history about our historic communities in Saskatchewan. That's kind of what I'm interpreting it. And this motion that's on the table that's being debated has really no content to it, other than there was already a motion made. And because of that, we have to stick true to that. There's already a motion made. We've passed the deadline. And now let's give us a new date and put it for 6 months from now, because it's important, and also because we sometimes procrastinate. So let's hurry up and do it, and reinforce from all of us to put forward our delegates, because we're hearing from Ontario, they're ready to go. It's the rest of us that need to put forward our delegates so that they can present and discuss and research all the exciting things that they're finding. So I'm just really confused about why this is contentious, and why we are not just excited to show all of the amazing things that we literally have never learned about. Like, so many people last night at the banquet had shared that they never heard those stories before. And yeah, so thank you so much for letting me share that.
Thank you. Next speaker I have, and again, we've had a few people add their names, so we'll get through. We have Walter, or Vice President Minot.
This resolution here has been a big topic of this, conversation over the last few years. Because I recall I think it was 2016 or 18, I can't remember. I think it was 18 when it first got brought forward by MMF. I was strongly opposed to that resolution when it first came out. I didn't believe that any provinces should have a right to go into another province to dictate how they govern and how they operate. So I was very strongly opposed to this resolution a few years back. But the Assembly did pass this resolution in 2021. And I think that should be set precedent here over everything. As a decision has been made by this Assembly to get this process going, I think we have to honor that. I think we have to honor the decision that's been made by this Assembly. If we start neglecting the decisions that are made by the people surrounding these tables right here today, that's going to reflect on how we govern in the future and how each of our provinces are going to take these resolutions forward, whether we're going to abide by them or not. I don't think we want to set that precedent here today. I think we got to start honoring the resolutions that we put forward and we pass. We have to respect the decisions of this council. And that was one of the decisions made. It's not to reflect on Ontario or any other province here. What it is here to do is just to abide by decisions that have been made by this council that we feel were necessary at the time. And if we start setting precedents of not abiding by our resolutions, then we have no right sitting at this table together. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. But what I'm saying is we need to abide by decisions that are made by the majority of this council. Ontario came to BC a few years ago and made a presentation because I requested Ms. President Fro to come to BC and give us some information. We were very satisfied with that information. But again, we're not professionals, but we were very satisfied. And we stood beside Ontario on these issues. And the biggest concern when these issues came forward were the new communities and the definition of Métis. I know a lot of you weren't around years ago when the definition of Métis was adopted. But a lot of you also weren't around on how it came about. The federal government years ago would not negotiate with the Métis Nation or the Métis governments. They weren't recognized. One of their biggest concerns was the definition of Métis was too broad. Matter of fact, one of the statements that Pierre Elliott Trudeau did make was you could have 10 million Métis people in Canada. By the way, the definition explains itself right now. We can't fund that kind of organization. We can't support that huge of an organization or a governing body. You must define who Métis are. And it has to be recognized by your people. In 2002, the MNC came up with a definition of Métis, which is accepted by this council again. So all this resolution was put forward for at that time, I believe, is to make sure that we are confining to our definition of Métis and who we are as a people. So I think we really got to look at not the actual resolution itself, but what it could create. If we don't start abiding by the resolutions and decisions that we make at this table, we have to really look at ourselves and reflect on this government, on how we are going to move forward if we don't start abiding by decisions that are made at this table. And making sure that they are asserted. And it's nothing to do with this resolution itself. It's to do with the whole process. So I think we need to look at the process, and we got to start honoring the decisions that this council has made. Otherwise, we're just going to be going backwards.
Thank you. I next have Marge Friesen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Member Minot, for your comments and for everybody's comments. I've been sitting here listening, and as a member who was sitting at the table representing Métis Nation Saskatchewan, it was very conflicting at that time to, and we did support it. I supported that resolution when it came to the floor. For the simple reason is Métis Nation Ontario has done a great job on their review. Métis Nation Ontario, I was speaking with Member Case earlier and said, you know, they're one of the most sophisticated registries in within our jurisdictions. They've done a great job with their review. Métis Nation Saskatchewan actually, President Fro came and presented to MNS as well, and we were satisfied with their process of how they were doing their review. This resolution that VP Leclerc has tabled today is to reiterate the resolution that we had passed in 2021. It's not about dividing us, it is about uniting us. This resolution is going to set a point in time where it's going to protect our citizens, and it's going to welcome other citizens who want to participate in Métis Nation in every jurisdiction. So we're all in favor of what MNO has done. We're excited to hear the results, but we have set out a process in the first resolution, as Member Minot has stated. We set out a process that we must follow and follow through. So let's get on with the process. It's not about pointing fingers on who belongs and who doesn't belong. That conversation does not belong at this table. So let's appoint our expert panel. Let's get on with the work and listen to what the expert panel has to say, and then we continue the conversation after that. We must allow MNO to present to this Legislative Assembly and listen to the expert panel review. And that's all it states. So I'm in support of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, and I saw the hand here. I think it was Ms. Dunfield. Yes, you're next on the list.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to everybody who shared today. I think it's really important, and very thankful for our elders and our knowledge holders who have presented so much really good information. I think for me, what I'm really trying to understand, and I'm hearing what the intent of this motion is, but when I read the motion, that's not what I read. And maybe what I'm really looking for is if the intent of the motion is to put a timeline on the 2021 motion and asking our Board of Governors to appoint that expert panel, then that's what I would like to see. Because the way the motion is reading right now, it is, for myself, this is only my second MNC meeting. It is confusing. I'm not understanding what the historical review means. So if the intent of this motion, as member across from me shared, is to move the 2021 motion forward, then say that. Let's ask our Board of Governors to appoint that expert panel and get this job done to support MNO in moving forward.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Marilyn Lazzie.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak about this as well. I would just like to talk about Métis, because in Alberta we have 127,000 self-identified Métis. But we as the Métis Nation of Alberta we proclaim to represent all of the Métis, but when it comes to rights and it comes to an organization or a government, you have to be able to belong to it. And so we have membership drives. We go out there because we want to represent all of those 127,000, but we don't. And we don't have the right to go to them and say, you are not Métis because you don't have a card. We don't have that right to say that to them. And so I think that by putting this motion forward, that's exactly what we're saying to the MNO. You don't have a right to have these people as your membership. You don't. Sault Ste. Marie is on that list. It's taken off. And now we're going to send an expert of panels to go in there to prove that that town is not Métis when that town gave us our rights. You know, like if Louis Riel was here today and we all had to go to war, we're not going to go to those 7 communities and say, oh, sorry, you can't prove that you're Métis, or the panel hasn't gotten to you yet. We would all stick together because that's what we were supposed to do. So all I want to say is there's self-identifying Métis people out there that this organization doesn't represent because they're not a part of our individual governments. But we push hard. We have almost 60,000 registered Métis in the province of Alberta. And we push hard to register as many as we can because strength comes in numbers. And by trying to start tearing down each of our province, then if this is going to go forward, let's do us all. Let's make a policy like President Patra said, and go and take this panel, go to every single community and figure out if they're Métis or not. If that's what you want to do, and if that's how, because of this resolution, then let's do it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. I have, sorry, just counting one. I've got 3 speakers left on my list, each of whom have already spoken. I know yesterday, as part of the standing rules, I said we try to limit it to 2 minutes. Obviously, given the passion and the topic, I've been gone past, but given that this is the second time around for these 3 speakers, I am going to hold it to 2 minutes. I will raise my hand when there's 30 seconds left, just so that you have that. But we'll try to do that to keep us on track. We do have other business on our list today, so we do want to make sure we're trying to get to everything we can. So the next speaker I had was Mitch Case.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And one of the challenges to this discussion is, we talked at our caucus meeting, right, about how do we defend ourselves without being defensive, right? How do we disagree without being disagreeable, right? And the former process was not set up to do that, right? That old process, the way things used to work here, and I think we're achieving already in the last 2 days. We are achieving a much better process for all of our citizens in all of our jurisdictions. And if I believed all the things that are said about me on Twitter, I'd hate me too. If the only access to information I had was a certain individual's Twitter account, oh man, we'd have problems, right? And so I think we need to, a lot of people didn't have the opportunity that I had to grow up with the old people that raised me at home and made sure that I know those stories and made sure that I know that history and made sure that I can go and tell that history and defend that history and be proud of that. and come to this meeting and not be told the way that we used to be told here, that we should be ashamed of ourselves, or that we weren't good enough, or we weren't enough of something, or we weren't whatever that was. Right? Okay. Thank you. My only concern with this resolution as it is now is moving that deadline from, and I don't understand why we don't have a deadline to appoint that panel, and then, as was said by everybody else, respect what was decided last year. Because we're not disrespecting what was decided last year. What was decided last year was appoint a panel, and it has a year to come back and do its work. And so now, rather than do that, we're going to move the deadline. What happens if that work takes longer? Then it'll be said they didn't comply. Now they're not following the rules, right?
Thank you very much, Mr. Case.
Why are we moving it?
Thank you. I next have Mr. Rowland.
And I only have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yeah.
Jimmy, thank you. Michelle, I love you too. But everybody wants me not to get angry, but I'm not angry, I'm hurt. Because all my life I have had to defend who I am and to come to this table with family, relatives, friends, and continue to have to tell my story of who I am. I'm suggesting is, you know, this motion makes it look like the MNO is dragging our feet. And I'm suggesting is let's remove the motion. Let's abide by the motion that we all agreed upon last year. Have each of the governing members appoint their expert panel by the December 6th BOG meeting, and let's get on with it based on the motion that we all agreed upon last year.
Thank you. Next speaker, I have Vice President Leclerc.
Okay, I just want to make it clear that I did not make the motion last year. The resolution was made by President Lisa Smith, seconded by Louis DeJagger, sorry. I didn't make that motion. This motion simply puts timelines on moving on the resolution that's already here. I agree with Walter that there was a resolution and we have to abide by that. If that's the way that we're going to do, I'll pull all of my resolutions that I have on the table, because what's the point? If we can't pick and choose which resolutions we're going to abide by. And there's been talk about, you know, as though I'm questioning who's Métis and who's not. We've talked about this issue last year. I think that when Lisa Smith made this motion, she didn't do it with hate in her heart. There was a reason behind her making this motion, and we supported that motion. The Assembly supported this motion. I'm not questioning who's Métis. That's not my right to do. But there's a resolution on the floor, or was on the floor, that was passed last year, and we simply have to carry through. If we don't carry through, what's the point of us sitting here? Why make any resolutions at all? And I just want to say, this is not, I don't feel that Ontario doesn't belong here, or that's BC or whoever, Alberta, Saskatchewan. This is simply a matter that needs to be dealt with. And my resolution, if I can just, because it's my resolution, if you don't mind, I'm going to read the therefore be it resolved. It was a big preamble, thanks to our lawyers. So what the motion does is it puts a timeline. The General Assembly directs the MNC to immediately prioritize the aforementioned historical review. Somebody mentioned that. That's part of the original motion. So this isn't something that I've made up. Historical review as mandated pursuant to 2021 resolution. The MNC shall complete the historical review. Again, not my words, they're from the resolution. The General Assembly shall reconvene before the end of May 2023 for a special sitting to consider the historical findings of the expert panel. Now, there is something else that we haven't been invited formally to appoint someone on that expert panel, but there has been 2 terms of reference that have come before the BOG, and they were rejected. So there was some work that started on this, and I'm simply saying we need to move on it. And there's reasons why we need to move on it. And if I were Ontario, I would be excited to do this, as Autumn said, because then we've dealt with it. And as somebody said, I think it was, I don't know who said, this is about not divisive, this is about unity and finally closing the book on this question. I know Ontario's done the work, so let's get the work done. Let's put a clock on it, because there's no clock on it. That's all I'm saying. And, if we're not going to abide by resolutions that this body did, whether it's this one or any other one, what's the point of being here?
Thank you very much. I did have one more hand for a second. One is Mr. Minot.
Maybe we can make a friendly amendment if that's okay with Vice President Leclerc, that maybe we do set a timeline on getting our experts together. And I'm recommending that we have all the experts in place by no later than December 15th and presented at the next BOG meeting. And a report to give to the National Council. I'm looking at maybe July 22nd, 2023, because if Ontario has all the information available, they did bring a lot of information to BC. We were very satisfied with it. So that process shouldn't take that long. If they're okay with those amendments, we would still be abiding by our resolutions to address this situation. And we put a timeline on it. And that was I think that was the biggest issue with the 2021 resolution, is there was no timeline. So everybody just held back, and like we've heard before, we've got a lot of business within our own regions and our own provinces. So this was probably put at the back burner and within most of our governance. So if Vice President Leclerc is willing to make those friendly amendments to the resolution,
Sorry, you want an answer
So
right now?
what I'll do then, just so we can
Yeah.
clarify and make sure that we've got it. So we've got in the be it resolved section, there's 3 letters, F, G, H, and I don't know why those are the letters, but between, I guess, F and G, putting in a new section, a new sentence there saying that to the effect the members or the governing members must appoint their expert for the expert panel by, and I'm sorry, the date that you provided?
The next BOG.
December 15th.
December 15th.
And to be presented to the BOG July 22nd.
So we'll just start with the first portion. So that the governing members must provide or appoint their expert for the expert panel to the BOG by December 15th, 2022. And leave that period there. So that'll be that sentence added in. And then if I'm understanding you correctly, Mr. Minot, for part what's listed there as G, the MNC shall complete the historical review on or before, and you're proposing a different date than the May 1st date. Is that correct? And
Yes, July 27th, we're scheduled to have a BOG meeting.
Sorry, 27 or 22nd?
27th. It looked like 22nd on here, but it's 27th.
Okay. All right. So I'm not sure if you caught that, Vice President Leclerc, those dates. Is that agreeable to you?
I did, Chair, and as I said, we're putting a clock on it, and I'm perfectly happy with that, and I accept those friendly amendments.
Thank you. And Ms. McCallum, as the seconder, are you also in agreement with that?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So I do see another hand. Yes, is there a
Yeah,
question?
it's Shannon Dunfield, Métis Nation, Alberta. So then, if we're making those two amendments, then H also needs to be amended as well.
Yes.
And I don't know if that's an amendment to the next General Assembly, whenever it shall be. I'm not sure if, what that looks like, so I don't know the timeline, but if we're changing to July 27th, then H also needs to be
Thank you.
changed.
Thank you for pointing that out. And so now that might be a question then of whether this is required with regards to setting a special sitting, or if this, given the timelines that have just been created, that it could be at the next annual General Assembly. So I'll open that up to Vice President Leclerc, if given the new timelines that we're looking at, if it's still a desire to have a special sitting, or we can just bring it to the next annual General Assembly.
I think it makes sense. I think what my colleague here is saying makes perfect sense. So I would agree to that.
Okay, so then what I'm going to suggest then for H, the wording here, the General Assembly shall consider the historical findings of the expert panel as mandated in the 2021 resolution and conclusively resolve those matters outstanding in the probation resolution at the next regularly scheduled annual General Assembly. Does that accurately capture? I'm here. Yes. So that's.
Sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Ms.
Makes
McCallum
sense.
as well. Thank you. And Madam Note Takers. Great. Yes.
I don't think you have probation in your bylaws.
The probation was in.
It's mentioned the probation resolution. What it is, it's.
There is no probation in the bylaws.
It's not out of the bylaws. It was a resolution.
It's already dealt with in the courts, and the court said there is no probationary.
Oh, I see what she's saying.
So if you want to read the court case, that's what it said.
No, and perhaps clarification, my reading of this, and of course I could, I'm a lawyer, I could be wrong. No, what I'm saying is this is the wording in the resolution here is a defined term that they've defined in one of the whereas clauses. It's one of the whereas clauses above, just so that they're not repeating that same thing in this portion. So it's those issues that were in that resolution that was passed in November, if you look at M. So.
I'm wrong, because it was not the suspension part.
Okay,
So
yes.
I'm wrong.
Thank you. So we do have the amended resolution. We have had some fulsome discussion, and I do appreciate the respectfulness that has been shown. I think it's a very good question of how do we disagree without being disagreeable. And, I think there's been a lot of how to do that is what we've seen here. And I know I'll turn to
I
my
just
co-chair.
I want to acknowledge as a chair, as a co-chair, what's happening in the room. When you talk about who are we as Métis people, you're talking about a political definition. You're talking about a kinship definition. You're talking about a financial definition. You're talking about a legal definition. There's so many facets to who are we. And we are going to be pressured constantly about who are we as Métis. And it's a very emotional thing. I don't think there's a person within the nation who hasn't been challenged about who they are. It's very personal. And so that's what's in the middle of the room. And I told you yesterday, there were going to be rascals that were going to crawl across the floor and pull on your pant leg and try to go home with you to say, this is really important to me. everyone in the room is listening a little bit, shoulders up at the ears, okay? It's because this is who we are. If we're going to create a court, it's going to be, you have jurisdiction over Métis people. Well, who are Métis people? If there's funding coming, it's going to Métis people. How do we do that? Oh, they're not on our list. They're not this, they're not that. At the University of Saskatchewan, there was many issues raised about who are the Métis. Maria Campbell does not fit the definition that the University of Saskatchewan came up with. Does that work for us? This is a very, very complicated, multi-layered issue. And I want to bow my head to the fact that we just had a very difficult discussion with a lot of emotion and came through it and found a way. This is what consensus building feels like. It's uncomfortable. So I just want to honor the discussion from this group. President Patra.
So again, I want to say, for me, this is about being fair at this table. And regardless of how many amendments we make to this resolution for timelines, this clearly was about the past, was about someone sitting at our table, not agreeing that somehow there could ever be 7 historical communities in Ontario. That's what this is still about today, the history review. And I say, if that's what we're going to do, then I'm going to ask for another amendment as well. Because I believe we all need to be fair around here. And if Ontario is going to put forward all that information to the expert panel, I will gladly say that Alberta will put forward all of our information because we've done a study as well. And when we can identify 63 original existing communities long before Alberta was Alberta, I have no problem in putting that forward. But then I say the same thing needs to happen for Saskatchewan and for BC. We all need to be fair at this table. And unless we're going to be fair at this table, then I definitely have to vote against this motion because that's what has drug us down before, is having resolutions pushed forward because somebody wanted them. I believe it needs to be all of us. And I really appreciate the process that you're using with consensus because I believe that does help us move into that fair process where we want to be at. And I think President Caron tried to be fair by saying, let's move this along. Let's move this along. I'm going to move it over to the rights panel, or I'm going to move whatever, where we could have basically really had the right people bring forward all that information that they needed to bring. But I'm not prepared to still sit here and feel like we're still pointing fingers at one of us. And that's exactly how I still feel, that that's what we're doing, because all of this is based on emotion that was brought forward with the wrong intentions. And maybe I've been sitting here too long because I know that. But I can't continue to support something that has tore us apart. And now we're trying to get back together again, and we're going to continue doing it. So I would ask, if we're going to move forward on this motion, the only way I can accept it, yes, it may have to extend the timeline, but I would ask the mover to include that along with this process. Every one of us as Métis governments identify all our communities and prove that they're really Métis communities, because that's what we're asking of Ontario. So that's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, President Poitras. And so just again, so we can do this process in a way that's good. Is there, how do you propose any wording that you propose that we can put in here? I get the idea and the sentiment, just so we have the wording that everyone can consider or our mover and seconder can consider.
I haven't gone back and looked at the resolution that we're talking about bringing forward, but from what I hear that's been talked around the table, all that information is there of what we expected of this expert panel to somehow review communities review, maybe it was the registries. I'm not even sure what all that was.
I'm just going to make a point of order. And thank you, President Patra. This resolution that is on the floor does not identify all of the wording in the previous resolution in 2021. All it does is it establishes timelines. And I want to repeat myself. I did not make that motion last year in 2021. That motion was made, and we either respect this assembly or we don't. It's as easy as that. Either we say, yeah, we're going to put timelines on the resolution that was made last year, or we don't.
Question.
Thank you. I know I did have, there was a hand up here. Sorry. Okay. So
One more.
yes, I will turn it, and we still have a proposed amendment and trying to sort out what that might look like. And so while we're doing that, I will recognize Ms. Fisher.
Okay, Deborah Fisher, Métis Nation, British Columbia. So last year was my first time at MNC, and wow, what a one to be at. But when our president and Louis DeJager put this motion forward, this is my understanding. My understanding is that Ontario was refused to be able to even do a presentation. They were excluded right from the start. And my recollection, and you'll have to forgive because I'm not very good on the lingo, but my recollection was that we did this in order to bring Ontario to the table and have them be able to have their just say. It was not done in any way because I would have not agreed to it if it was done to harm. As Métis people, we know what it's like to have to constantly be talking about and proving who we are. So why would we do that if we were proper Métis people to each other? So when we hear that this was done with ill intent, it was not. And I will stand beside my president and Louis and our board's decision to bring this forward in the first place. We were doing it so that we could get the communication going, that we could have our brothers and sisters have their say because they had been locked out by the previous people. I just want that to be on the record because I truly want to say we did not do it with any ill intent.
Thank you.
Proposed friendly amendment, and she's not agreeing to it.
What I'm going to suggest before President Poitras, obviously I don't have the wording yet, but the sentiment I think is understood. And so I will just on my reading of the discussion so far, I would turn to our mover and seconder because we're looking at this as a possible friendly amendment. If this is something of a sentiment that you would agree with or not, if not, then this would have to go by way of a proper amendment with voting and that process. And so perhaps if we know that it's not, then that will at least guide us in how we might proceed. So Vice President Leclerc, the sentiment of adding Métis Nation Alberta, Saskatchewan, Métis Nation British Columbia to that, is that something that by way of a friendly amendment you would be agreeable to?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. And I think that satisfies that.
Question's been called.
Given that question has been called, And that we did have President Poitras with raising that and it not being agreeable on a friendly amendment and not having the actual proposed amendment, the wording to add. I am going to proceed with the question on the amendment, or sorry, the resolution as amended. The reminder of the amendments. Sorry, I'm just gonna. So so just as a reminder, I will essentially read through it with the amendments so that everyone has it. I know it's different than there, and I'm not sure if everyone included the amended writing or wording in theirs. Be it resolved, the General Assembly directs the MNC to immediately prioritize the aforementioned historical review as mandated pursuant to the 2021 resolution. Added sentence.
Yes.
Oh, no, sorry. The governing members must provide, sorry.
There's been a whole lot of changes and I just want to be abundantly clear what we're voting on.
Yes. And so that's what I'm trying to, so part
What you're
F.
voting on is what
Exactly,
we're
and that's
trying
what
to
we're trying to
determine.
clarify. So part F on your original page and on the screen does not change. There's an addition between F and G. The wording is the governing members must provide their appointees to the, I just want to make sure I've got the wording, the expert panel to the Board of Governors by December 15th, 2022. Part G, the MNC shall complete the historical review on or before July 27, 2023. Part H, the General Assembly shall reconvene, sorry, the General Assembly shall consider the historical findings of the expert panel as mandated in the 2021 resolution and conclusively resolve those matters outstanding in the probation resolution at the next regularly scheduled annual General Assembly. And I'm getting the thumbs up that that was the wording. So that is what we are voting on. As much as I would love to think we have unanimous consent, I am clear enough that we don't. So we will go by way of our regular voting procedure. Is there a
So,
question
I'm
on the
getting-
process?
Yeah, that's on the process. So
Yes.
I'm getting this right. We're just voting on the amendment right now.
No.
Not the resolution.
The resolution as amended. So this is the whole thing. Yeah. So we'll start with the delegation from British Columbia. We'll work our way this way. It will be by way of a roll call vote. If I can just have a moment and I'll make sure I'm recording this.
Okay. Walter Minot,
In favor.
Susie Hooper,
In favor?
Deborah Fisher,
In favor?
Patrick Harriet,
Yes.
Sean Deverin,
Yes.
sorry. Okay. Audrey Putra,
Against.
Dan Cardinal,
Against.
James Cardinal,
Against.
Jason Eckeberg, Dwayne Zaraska, Audrey Sandemeyer,
Andrea Sandmeyer against.
Andrea Sandmeyer. I'm sorry, Andrea.
And sorry, I missed that. I'm just making sure I've got that. Thank you.
Bernie Willett, Judy Gentis,
Against.
Gary Gagnon,
Against.
Marilyn Lizzie,
Against.
Hannah Nash,
Can I abstain?
yes, ma'am. Carol Risdale,
Against.
Barry Dibb, Shannon Dunfield, Irene Mercier, Glenn McCallum, Michelle Leclerc,
In favor.
Lisa McCallum,
In favor.
Linda Sop, Laura Burnoff, Ryan Lee Carrier,
In favor.
Brent Dignas,
In favor.
Marge Friesen,
In favor.
Loretta King. Thank you, Calvin. Autumn LaRose Smith,
In favor. And when this is all done, let's do Round Prairie next. That's where my cookum's from. I'd love to learn more.
Candy Dupre,
Capoeira.
Victor Gillet,
In favor.
Adam McInnes,
In favor.
Barry Falcon, Darlene McKay,
Sorry, I missed Ms. McKay's.
in favor.
Favor.
Thank you.
Mackay.
Mackay, sorry.
Ontario, Hank Rollinson,
Opposed.
Joanne Young,
Opposed.
Sharon Cadeau,
Opposed.
Renee Gravel,
Opposed.
Mitch Case.
Opposed.
Thank you. The votes are 20 in favor, 19 opposed, 1 abstention. The resolution as amended passes. That's right. Next. I do, again, want to thank everyone for the way that that proceeded.
Dignity and grace goes a long way.
You know, my co-chair and I were discussing, and when we were talking about this, we'll switch. You do one, I do one.
I planned that I would do the
that
first
out.
one, just saying. Okay,
All right, so we're on page 6 of the resolutions package. And I'm going to call once again on Vice President Michelle Leclerc from the M&S to present this resolution.
Where is that motion? Thank you very much.
page 6 for people following along.
The subject is settlement and recognition of survivors of Saskatchewan Métis residential schools. Resolution for settlement and recognition for survivors of Saskatchewan Métis residential schools. Where the Saskatchewan Métis residential school experience has been largely ignored and survivors from Île-à-la-Crosse and Timber Bay boarding schools were unjustly excluded from any formal recognition by federal and provincial governments. Whereas the Timber Bay boarding school operated for decades from 1952 to 1994, and the legacy of the Île-à-la-Crosse boarding school extends back to 1821, making it one of the oldest residential schools, if not the oldest residential school in Canada. Whereas a class action was brought by survivors of Île-à-la-Crosse boarding school in 2005, against the Government of Canada and the Government of Saskatchewan, Whereas in 2019, the Métis Nation Saskatchewan, the Government of Canada, and a steering committee representing Isle Across boarding school survivors entered into a formal exploratory discussion to resolve the legacy of Isle Across boarding school. Whereas the Government of Saskatchewan continues to refuse to participate in the aforementioned exploratory discussions, despite being named as a party in the class action and despite repeated requests from the committee and MNS. Whereas the Government of Saskatchewan's refusal to participate in any talks for any alternative to litigation has deadlocked the entire discussion process and ultimately prevented survivors from the recognition and settlement that they have been unjustly denied. Whereas each year, survivors of Île-à-la-Crosse and Timber Bay boarding schools lose more and more of their peers without any resolution in sight. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Métis National Council General Assembly declares its formal support for the survivors of Île-à-la-Crosse and Timber Bay boarding school who have been unjustly ignored by the provincial and federal governments, that the MNC General Assembly declares that there is an urgent need for meaningful recognition and settlement for survivors and their families, as more survivors are lost each year. And the MNC General Assembly declares it is in the interest of justice and consistent with Canada's jurisdictional responsibility to Métis that Canada seek a mandate to settle the outstanding claim related to Île-à-la-Crosse and any other Métis boarding schools that have been excluded from the recognition by provincial and federal governments. I so move.
Thank you, Vice President Leclerc. And seconder?
I second that resolution. Glenn McCallum.
Thank you, President McCallum. So we have a motion and a seconder on the floor. I just would add one word, Vice President Leclerc. Under B, MNC General Assembly declares that there's an urgent need for meaningful recognition and settlement for Métis survivors and their families as more survivors are lost each year. I would just suggest to add addition of one word to that. Are you comfortable with that?
I'm completely comfortable with that. Thank you.
President McCallum?
Yes, comfortable with it.
Thank you. Just for pure clarity, just to tighten this up as we move along, thank you for your patience as we try to do that as we move here. Discussion. Mitch.
Yeah, I just want to offer on behalf of Métis Nation of Ontario the support for this work, commend Métis Nation Saskatchewan for the work that you're doing. And it's not just a crime what went on, it's a crime that it continues to be ignored. And so, you know, as we all do the work in our provinces around the residential schools issue, Saskatchewan has done the work on this. And so just I tip, I don't have a hat, but if I did, I'd tip it to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion?
Deborah Fisher, Métis Nation BC. I too want to thank you, as Saskatchewan is the home province of my mother, who also attended day school. My question is it just these two schools? And has there been any consideration as to any of the other schools? Because I'm actually trying to track down where my mom went.
Thank you for that question. So in this resolution, it does talk about other Métis schools, which would include day schools. So one of the things that we're doing is our provincial Métis Council has declared a commission to deal with all Métis schools in Saskatchewan. That includes things like, we know our people went to orphanages, they went to industrial schools, they went to convents, you know, all of that. So we're in the process of appointing that commission, and we'll be, I think over a period of a year, we will be listening to people's stories and doing our own commission. So thank you for that question, and hopefully we can talk more about that.
So Vice President Leclerc, can I just get confirmation in paragraph C? It says MNC General Assembly declares that it's in the interest of justice and consistent with Canada's jurisdictional responsibility to the Métis that Canada seek a mandate to settle the outstanding claims relating to Île-Croix and any other Métis boarding schools that have been excluded. By boarding school, the question was, you mentioned day schools, which would not be included in that. What would you like to say about that?
I would entertain a friendly amendment to have boarding school / day schools. I think that might cover it up or cover it off. Marilyn, what do you think?
Thank you.
Yeah.
President McCallum, would you be amenable to that friendly amendment?
Yes, I'm comfortable with that.
So just adding day schools into that. Minister Friesen.
If we could also include in the resolution industrial schools with that wording.
I believe the industrial schools were boarding schools, and so they are already caught within the language. But if you, I put that to the to Vice President Leclerc.
Yeah, I would agree with that interpretation. And I think what we're going to see out of our commission is we're going to see, different kind of residential situations that are similar to any boarding school, residential school. When we talk about Île-Croix, we never talk about it as being a boarding school. We talk about it as being a residential school. Because for us, when we talk, when you're boarding with someone, it seems as though that's something that you've voluntarily done. Whereas with a lot of these schools, including Timber Bay, those weren't voluntary. So as we go further with our research and with our commission, I think that we'll have a lot of different language around this. But for the purposes of Île-Croix right now, I think it's important to have this motion so that we are giving Minister Miller a mandate, and he needs to seek it also from cabinet. So that's sort of why it's written the way it is.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the residential school resolution put forward? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Manal. We look like we're going to be in agreement on this, so let's go back to our earlier process. And anyone that would like to abstain or who is not in agreement with it, we'd look for you to put your hand up now. Opposed? Abstentions? Looks like that passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
We're on to page 8, and that's the resolution on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And I look to the mover, Vice President Dan Cardinal from the Métis Nation of Alberta. Thank you.
Thank you. Métis Nation General Assembly resolution on the federal implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Whereas the Métis Nation is committed to achieving reconciliation with Canada through a nation-to-nation, government-to-government relationship based on rights, respect, cooperation, self-determination, and self-government as the foundation for transformative change. And whereas on June 27, 2019, Canada signed the historic Métis government recognition and self-government agreements, which support and advance the inherent right of self-government of the Métis Nation of Alberta, the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, and the Métis Nation of Ontario. Recognize that the Métis Nation of Alberta is mandated to represent the Métis Nation within Alberta. The MNS is mandated to represent the Métis of Saskatchewan, and the MNO is mandated to represent the Métis communities represented by the MNO in intergovernmental relations with Canada, and sets out a process leading to federal legislative recognition of the MNA
MNS, and MNO as Métis governance. And whereas Métis Nation British Columbia adopted a self-government declaration on February 20th, 2021, mandating MNBC to represent the Métis Nation within British Columbia in intergovernmental relations with Canada. And whereas the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples provides a framework for reconciliation, affirms Indigenous rights to self-determination and self-government, inter alia, and sets out the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples. And whereas the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, which came into force on June 21st, 2021, provides a legislative framework for the implementation of the UN declaration within federal jurisdiction. And whereas the implementation framework legislated in the UN Declaration Act consists of an action plan to achieve the objectives of the UN Declaration to be completed by June 21st, 2023, alongside continuing obligations relating to reporting, review, accountability, and the requirement to take all necessary measures to ensure the laws of Canada are consistent with the UN Declaration. And whereas the UN Declaration Act requires all aspects of its implementation framework to be conducted in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples within the meaning of Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. And whereas the Métis National Council and its governing members are co-developing Métis-specific measures for the federal UN Declaration Act plan with the Government of Canada, for which MNA and MNO have put forward a Métis claims process and the federal recognition legislation set out in the MGRCAs as priorities. And whereas the UN Declaration sets out rights and functions pertaining to Indigenous governments, such that effective implementation of the UN Declaration advances Indigenous nationhood and self-government within Canada's legal and governmental orders in a manner complementary to concurrent developments in Indigenous self-government through jurisprudence and self-government agreements. And whereas the Métis National Council is mandated by the Métis Nation General Assembly to represent the Métis Nation at the national and international levels to advance issues of collective importance. Therefore, be it resolved that the General Assembly directs the Métis National Council to support governing members in co-developing and implementing their priorities for the federal action plan to achieve the objectives of the UN Declaration. And be it further resolved that the Métis Nation Board of Governors review proposed Métis measures for the federal action plan for the purpose of granting final approval. And be it further resolved that the General Assembly directs the Métis National Council to carry out the ongoing implementation of the UN Declaration Act in order to ensure a robust and accountable legislative framework that respects our nation-to-nation, government-to-government relationship with Canada and advances the self-determination and self-government of the Métis Nation. And be it further resolved that the General Assembly directs the Métis National Council to collaborate with the National First Nations and Inuit representative institutions where appropriate to further the implementation of the UN Declaration.
Thank you, Vice President.
I so move.
Thank you. Our seconder?
Patrick Harriet, Métis Nation, British Columbia. I second.
Thank you. So we have this resolution now before the floor. I'll ask if there's anyone wishing to speak, and I do see Ms. LaRose Smith.
Thank you so much, Speaker. This motion excites me, but I want to note a few holes in UNDRIP. So when you look through how many is there? 44 articles, 46 articles of UNDRIP. It mentions youth 2 times in there. And the first one, Article 21, the second one, Article 22, which in Article 22 it states, which is really important to note. Let me just get to it really quickly. Particular attention shall be paid to the rights and special needs of Indigenous elders, women, youth, children, and persons with disabilities in the implementation of this declaration. I think it's of utmost priority for the Métis National Council and all of the governing bodies in doing this work to make sure that Métis youth, elders, women, Métis people with disabilities are included. But I also want to note something else. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, if you read through it, you'll notice something really important is missing. It makes absolutely zero mention to two-spirit LGBTQ plus people. And the purpose for that is because when this document was being created, they had to work strategically, and not all the countries signing off on this document had similar rights regarding 2S LGBTQ2IS people. And so they didn't include them. And now there's a huge hole. And so I think when the Métis Nation is going to move forward in any of the work that's being done, we have to remember to include those people, those Métis people, because it's not our fault that they were excluded, but it is our duty to make sure that they're not excluded. And especially, I hear this saying all the time, nothing about us without us. If you look into the history of that term, that slogan, that was coined, its English version was coined by Black disabled activists in the 90s. So we need to honor those Métis people with disabilities. Whenever you're saying nothing about us without us, you're recognizing that came from disabled people fighting for their rights to be recognized. So when we're moving forward on UNDRIP and the implementation, challenging Canada, challenging ourselves to make sure that those people are not forgotten. We're talking all the time, forever the forgotten people, but what does that mean? And when we're trying to make sure that we're not the forgotten people, that means all of us, 2S LGBTQIA, Métis people with disabilities, youth, women, elders, they need to be made a priority in the implementation of this. Whether or not Canada is going to sign off of it, I don't care. The Métis Nation needs to. Thank you.
I next have Mr. Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Métis Nation, British Columbia. So I'm really happy that this is coming forward. That's why I seconded it. So everyone talks about Section 35 rights. So when that was created, that was an empty box. It just said, we recognize and affirm whatever that is, right? But they didn't actually say what it was. So the Pali decision was the first thing to be put into that box. So the UN Declaration talks about the minimum standards of human rights for Indigenous people. So right now, there's an opportunity to start shedding light on what else should be in that box. So this is of utmost importance. In British Columbia, we passed our provincial version of that 3 years ago. And we have an action plan that's been in effect for about 1.5 years now. So I'm really looking forward to this being prioritized and to having lessons learned that we've learned, both good and bad in British Columbia, to help shape the national narrative, because this is a historic opportunity to help do that. So I'm speaking in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes.
Just going through that there.
Sorry, if you can just introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry. Calvin Roy, Métis Nation, Saskatchewan. Looking through there, if you go back there, it says under federal jurisdiction. That kind of worries me because it leaves it in their hands whether they want to do it or not. Can we look at changing that to federal legislation?
Sorry, which
paragraph?
It was way up.
it was in one of the whereas?
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Again, with regards to whereas clauses, that's not direction. It's more, I'm not going to say background, but it's the idea behind it. And again, so when something passes in the direction, the direction is under the therefore be it resolved there, and those directions or things to pass. So I certainly appreciate.
Yeah, but you're leaving it up to them whether they want to put it in there or not. What we're recommending is that they put it in actual legislation for this to move forward, not under their jurisdiction to put it forward or not. Okay.
What I would say to that, federal jurisdiction, using that because a lot of things happen within the federal jurisdiction. Legislation is one of them, but not the only. So by putting just legislation, it may actually be less expansive. There might be policies, there might be other things that regulations, things like that aren't that are within the jurisdiction. And of course, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, because it's federal legislation, only is within the federal jurisdiction and what it addresses. Again, it's a whereas clause, so it's more of an informational aspect as opposed to the direction that this assembly may be, or as the mover and seconder are asking to put to the MNC. Certainly, I think if the idea that you've put forward, or the idea to making sure that it's going into legislation or something more substantive, I think that's being understood, and we do have all our presidents that are on the MNC Board of Governors and are present here hearing that, and I expect that would be something that they would keep in mind going forward. Yes.
Just want to call question.
I was not seeing any a mad rush for hands, so I do have heard question. We are going to try again to see if we have unanimous consent. So what I will ask at this time is if anyone objects or wishes to abstain, please advise so by raising your hand. Are there any delegates wishing to object or abstain? Going once, going twice. So resolution 5 passes by unanimous consent.
So we've got 2 more to go through, I think, here. 3?
4.
Oh.
4. Yes, 4.
My fingers are so cold, I can't count that high.
4.
Do you need some more tea?
Okay, so we're moving on to page 10, which is the resolution on Métis K-12 education. And I'll look to Deborah Fisher to present the resolution. Deborah?
Métis Nation General Assembly Resolution on Métis K-12 education. Whereas the Métis Nation is committed to lifelong learning and improved education outcomes at the primary and secondary levels, leading to improved social outcomes. And whereas the Canada Métis Nation Accord acknowledges Métis inherent rights, and that Métis control of Métis education is an inalienable, I have a hard time saying that word, right, and Canada and the Métis Nation agreed. A, to work together to improve outcomes of Métis students in the K-12 system. B, to enhance Métis students' access to post-secondary educational
Point of order,
resources
Mr. Chair.
to increase their
Just a
participation.
moment. Point toward yes.
Because we have the text, and can I respectfully suggest that in the first therefore, there's a number mentioned we may not want to mention on a live stream.
Yeah.
And before we get there,
Zip it. Okay.
yeah. Thank
Sorry,
you.
just a second then, if I can, because that's one of the whereas, but it's also within the therefore, be it resolved.
I was talking about the therefore.
Sorry. Give me just a moment.
Yeah, it's in both. Oh, no, it's in the.
So I don't say those. Oh,
I can just a moment.
It's in the further whereas and the.
Yeah, it's in both. Yeah, yeah.
If I can have just a moment, and I just may wish to discuss something with our mover.
Yesterday.
If that's a rule, it needs to be communicated to them, but we can't do that. But I've had this for 2 weeks. And I found that we should put an issue of media.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for your indulgence. I appreciate that point of order. Obviously, there can be sensitive information that comes up in resolutions and comments. I have spoken with Ms. Fisher, Delegate Fisher, and I think there's going to be, I'm not going to call it a friendly amendment because it's taking place live while she's doing it. So there may be some wording that's slightly different than what you're seeing on your printed page, just to protect some information. So when you're getting to the final whereas clause, further whereas, and the first therefore be it resolved, just please, as my co-chair was talking, so you have your listening ears open so that you'll hear the actual proposed wording of the resolution. It's not a resolution yet really until it's on the floor. So just please keep your listening ears open for that. And so I'll turn it back. I don't know, Ms. Fisher, where you got cut off. So
A.
perhaps at A. So we'll start at A, the second whereas.
Okay, thank you. A, to work together to improve outcomes of Métis students in the K-12 system. B, to enhance Métis students' access to post-secondary educational resources to increase their participation in post-secondary education. And C, to explore ways of expanding the capacity of existing Métis Nation post-secondary institutions and the need to ensure all Métis jurisdictions have similar institutions. And whereas the current K-12 public education system is alienating, unrepresentative of Métis culture, treats Métis education authorities as interest groups, and commits self-identified Métis students to pan-Indigenous programs that pay little attention to Métis culture and language. And whereas the Métis Nation requires financial resources to A, implement the Métis education program, B, develop educational infrastructure, C, create classroom and teaching resources, and D, develop Métis educators and promote them so that Métis learners can see themselves reflected in the public education system. And further, whereas the Métis Nation developed a proposal for federal investment over 10 years to support Métis control of Métis education and improve the K-12 education outcomes for Métis students. Therefore, be it resolved that the Métis Nation Council Board of Governors strongly supports the proposal for the requested investment over 10 years to close the gaps in Métis Nation primary and secondary education attainment. And be it further resolved that Canada and the Métis Nation enter a 10-year Canada Métis Nation kindergarten to grade 12 education accord to improve education outcomes for Métis Nation students across the Métis homeland. I so move.
So as a co-chair, I want to raise one concern with the proposed resolution, and that is that this body has absolutely no control over what Canada does or does not do. And I would suggest maybe some reframing to leave it within the jurisdiction of the members of the governing bodies that are within this room. So would you like to think about that for your second, be it resolved? Are you open to some suggestions? What if it were, be it further resolved that the Métis Nation negotiate with Canada to enter a 10-year agreement? So what you're doing is asking your president and her staff to entertain a negotiation process because we can't control what Canada is going to do. And so the way it's worded right now says that Canada will enter this agreement. So trying to find the language that says, we're directing the Métis National Council to enter a negotiation. That's one suggested. The membership have any other suggestions?
I'm in agreement.
You're in agreement with that?
Okay, so what it would read then,
Just a point of order, we don't have the seconder yet.
Yeah, we don't have the motion on the floor yet, sir.
How are you making amendments if the motion's not on the floor?
Okay.
Okay.
so it would be presented in the first instance with that
Rather than,
change.
yeah.
So, and just make sure that, and be it further resolved that the Métis National Council negotiate with Canada to enter, and is that?
I'm in agreement.
Thank you. And so with that, that's moved. And I have our seconder, Mr.
I'm in agreement. Dan Cardinal, Métis Nation of Alberta.
Thank you. We now have the resolution on the floor. Any discussion? I do have Autumn, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I guess, question for clarification and then possible suggestion for amendment, but it's been said a couple times over the past couple of days that we can't necessarily make a motion that directs the Board of Governors. So where it's the first, therefore be it resolved that the Métis National Council Board of Governors, we don't necessarily have jurisdiction over that. So I would suggest an amendment that it says that therefore be it resolved that the Métis National Council General Assembly strongly supports this.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Fisher, are you agreeable with that change?
I am in agreement.
Mr. Cardinal?
I'm in agreement.
Thank you. General Assembly. Thank you. Mr. Rowlandson.
Question.
We'll first ask if there's any discussion, if that's okay. Point of order.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Well, it would look really bad on live TV that we start rushing through kindergarten to grade 12 education, with all due respect.
I am not seeing any hands rushing up, though, for the discussion. You're just seeing the future, I guess. Okay, so I'm not seeing any hands or microphones being lit up for further discussion. I will propose, again, whether we have unanimous consent. I will ask at this time if there's any objection to the amended resolution. If there's any objection or anyone wishing to abstain from that vote, please raise your hand or make yourself known at this time. All right, I'm seeing none. That resolution as amended passes unanimously.
Excellent. We're on to page 11. This is the Economic Development Priorities Resolution, and I look to President Audrey Patra to read the resolution.
Resolution on Métis Nation Economic Development Priorities for the 2022 meeting of the Permanent Bilateral Mechanism. Whereas non-Métis governments at all levels need to recognize that Métis are Section 35 right holders, and whereas Métis are a nation and non-Métis governments need to respect nation-to-nation relationships, and whereas non-Métis governments need to provide distinction-based funding that meets the needs of Métis, and whereas all economic development initiatives need to improve the durable socioeconomic conditions of Métis people, and whereas all economic development initiatives need to be co-developed with the Métis Nation, and whereas every federal minister through their mandate letters has been directed to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and to work in partnership with Indigenous peoples to advance their rights. And whereas Article 3 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples state that Indigenous peoples have the right to self-determination, and by virtue of that right, they freely pursue their economic development. And whereas Article 5 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples state that Indigenous peoples have the right to maintain and strengthen their distinct economic institutions, and whereas Article 21 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples state that Indigenous peoples have the right, without discrimination, to the improvement of their economic conditions, and that states shall take effective measures and, where appropriate, special measures to ensure continuing improvement of their economic conditions. And whereas Article 36 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples state that Indigenous peoples have the right to maintain and develop contacts, relations, and cooperation, including activities for economic purposes with their own members as well as other peoples across borders, and that states, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, shall take effective measures to facilitate the exercise and ensure the implementation of this right. And whereas the Government of Canada is implementing a mandatory requirement for federal departments and agencies to ensure a minimum of 5% of the total value of contracts are held by Indigenous businesses, and whereas the 2021 census indicates that 1.69% of Canada's population is Métis, therefore be it resolved that the 2022 Métis Nation General Assembly adopt the following economic development priorities for the 2022 meeting of the Permanent Bilateral Mechanism. A, build Métis economic institutions. Canada increase capacity support and tools to build Métis economic institution and achieve a sustainable Métis economic self-determination. B, increased federal procurement from Métis citizen-owned business. Canada achieved target of 1.69% of the value of federal procurement from Métis citizens-owned business by the end of 2024. C, increased capital for Métis enterprises. Canada increased capital to drive growth of Métis citizen-owned businesses, Métis ownership in major projects, and investments in Métis community-owned entities. D, respect for Métis governments. Canada recognizes the authority of Métis governments to certify Métis businesses owned by Métis citizens and protect and defend Métis intellectual property. E, increased trade and exports opportunity for the Métis Nation. Canada improved trade policy capacity for Métis governments and export opportunities for the Métis Nation, including Métis citizen-owned businesses. And F, complete adoption of a distinction-based approach to policy making and program delivery. Canada ensure that all economic development initiatives be co-developed with the Métis Nation and provide funding to support the policy development and participation of the Métis Nation. I so move.
Thank you very much for moving that, President Petra. Seconder.
Walter Minot, I second.
Thank you very much, Vice President Minot. So you basically have a resolution on the floor that has the economic development priorities listed with a very clear list here from A to F. Any discussion on this? Minister Daigneault.
Brent Dignas, Métis Nation, Saskatchewan. Just a friendly amendment, if we could, on Article B, C, and E, where it says Métis citizens. If we could just change the wording a little bit to have Métis-owned businesses and take the citizen over. I feel that it's not broad. It narrows our spectrum of what we can have for businesses when it comes to locals, regionals, and the nation itself in building and accessing opportunities to business. Thank you.
Request for the word citizen to come out of paragraph C and E. Sorry, let me just look here. B, C, and D. B, C, and D. President Petra?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Oh, and E. So in 4 instances where it says citizen, rather just have Métis owned. Okay, so increased federal procurement from Métis-owned businesses. Canada achieved the target of 1.69% of the value of federal procurement from Métis-owned businesses by the end of 2024. Increased capital for Métis enterprise. Canada increased capital to drive growth of Métis-owned businesses, Métis ownership in major projects, and Métis investments in Métis community-owned entities. Respect for Métis governments. Canada to recognize the authority of Métis governments to certify Métis business as owned by Métis and protect and defend Métis intellectual property. Increased trade and export opportunities for the Métis Nation. Canada improved trade policy capacity for Métis governments and export opportunities for the Métis Nation, including Métis-owned businesses. Seconder, are you comfortable with the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
One more, if we could also in C, where it has Métis community-owned entities, if we could change that some more, take it out.
That's paragraph C. Proposal is to take the word community and just have Métis-owned entities. Yes, ma'am.
Joanne Young, Métis Nation, Ontario. As the sort of political lead for the MNC economic group, the Métis community-owned entities is where it is not going to be a specific business that is owned by a Métis entrepreneur, but may actually be something that could be owned by that Métis community or I'll call it a joint ownership. So taking out community means that collective, that organization would not own that. So I think that that's what the intent is, that it's not just for Métis-owned businesses, but it would be for an enterprise that could actually be owned by a specific Métis community as a collective. So just as a point of clarification from the discussion at the economic table.
Okay, request is still standing. Any further comment?
So
President-
I would say I don't believe we should take that out. I believe actually even in Alberta, we have, as an example, locals or community groups that do own businesses. So I don't think we'd want to take out community.
Thank you, President Petrus. So Minister Dignes, there is no agreement to take your second proposed amendment. Any further discussion?
I've been advised, it's trying to make it more inclusive is what we're trying, just to broaden the scope more is what we're trying to do, Madam Speaker.
Noted. Any further discussion? Autumn.
Sorry, I just have a comment to this conversation, but I also do have an amendment that is completely separate. So I think where it says, in C where it says Métis community-owned entities, when you take out the word or community-owned, it still states Métis entities. And so community-owned is a part of that being Métis. So it wouldn't have any effect on the community-owned entities, but would allow just entities that are Métis in general be a part of this. It would be my interpretation of that.
So we have Autumn LaRose Smith saying that the loss of the terminology community owned would not in fact minimize the groups that are supposed to be included in this, but actually expand it, and nobody would be lost in that. So we've got a couple of people arguing still for the putting their positions forward for the removal of Métis owned entities. Somebody else had their hand up. Vice President Leclerc.
I support this motion, absolutely. But I think, if I think about our situation in Saskatchewan, for example, with the Northern Municipalities and the Northern Municipalities Act. So if you look at Buffalo Narrows, Île-à-la-Crosse, all of those communities that have both, they're a municipality, they're a Métis municipality, but they also have a Métis local in that community, which is the Métis community. So for us, sometimes it becomes, will they be competing for the same dollars, if you know what I mean? Île-à-la-Crosse is still a Métis community, but it's also under the Northern Municipalities Act. And then there's a big Métis local in Île-à-la-Crosse. I'll use Île-à-la-Crosse as an example. So I just wonder about how you would define community.
Any further discussion on the language around Section C? Canada increase capital to drive growth of Métis-owned business, Métis ownership in major projects, and investments in Métis community-owned entities. So the question is, community-owned, is it in, is it out, and what does community mean? Not seeing further discussion on that particular request for that amendment. It's been put forward to the mover. She has declined to accept that amendment. I believe that it stands as it is. So the only change to this at this point is the word citizen. Yes, Ms. LaRose Smith.
Thank you so much, Chair. So I just want to note that in the fourth whereas from the bottom, when it mentions Article 21,
Yes.
that's actually the first of two references to the youth Métis people with disabilities, women, elders. So I'd love to have that article, the sentence actually continued, and have an amendment in the sentence for the therefore be it resolved. And so I'd love to see in the now therefore be it resolved paragraph where right after permanent bilateral mechanism state, so it would say adopt the following economic development priorities for the 2022 meeting of the permanent bilateral mechanism, and then add in and pay particular attention to the rights and special needs of Indigenous elders, youth, children, and persons with disabilities, because that's the full article under UNDRIP. And then that way, because it's a part of UNDRIP to pay particular attention, moving forward with all of the items A, B, C, D, E, F, it'll be made a priority within those sections as well.
Can I ask you to say the language once again? So that the 2022 Métis National General Assembly adopt the following economic development priorities for the 2022 meeting of the Permanent Bilateral Mechanism and pay particular attention to
the rights and special needs of Indigenous elders, women, youth, children, and persons with disabilities. And that is a direct quote from UNDRIP of that Article 21, which is mentioned in the whereas.
So just ending the therefore be it resolved with the quote right out of the United Nations Declaration is the proposed friendly amendment. President Patra?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Thank you very much. Vice President Minot?
Yeah, fine with that.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this resolution? Pretty clear direction. Oh, sorry, Adam, I thought I saw you earlier.
Yeah.
Yes.
No worries. I'm still waiting for some clarification on this, but point D of the therefore resolved says, respect for Métis governments. Canada recognizes the authority of Métis governments to certify Métis businesses as owned by Métis citizens and protect and defend Métis intellectual property. In section 17.02 of the self-government agreements, it says that for greater certainty, the jurisdiction of Métis governments does not include the power to make Métis government laws in relation to point E was intellectual property, and point F is banking, insurance, bankruptcy, insolvency, incorporation of companies, and competition. So I'm just not sure if we have jurisdiction on that, or if this is something we're asking Canada to give us jurisdiction on.
Well, it's, I just want to walk through this slowly. Canada recognized the authority of Métis governments to certify Métis businesses as owned by Métis citizens, Métis, and protect and defend Métis intellectual property. So I don't think the request is to recognize the jurisdiction over that. I think the request as proposed in this language is that Canada protect and defend Métis intellectual property. So I believe that reads consistently with Article 17 out of the self-government agreement.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Victor, did you have your hand up? Yeah. Any further discussion? So again, we'll go through this with any opposed to the motion as amended, with the removal of the citizen, the addition of a quote directly from the United Nations Declaration of the Attention. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Passed by unanimous vote. Congratulations. Okay, folks, we really have been sitting for a long time. You really have to stretch. You've got to do something. We don't want to. We have two more. One is quite short. Shake your sillies out. Be a tree. Do your thing. Roll your ankles. Roll your eyes if you have to. This is a long time to sit. No table dancing. We draw the line at table dancing, okay? We're almost there. One more for you, one more for me, buddy. They're doing great. They are doing great. Okay. Okay, before everybody runs off to smudge your lungs, Come on back. We got 2 more to go. We got 2 more to go. We don't want to lose. Make sure you've got a delegate at your seat if you're not in it. Okay, start talking, my friend.
Okay, we're
Here
moving
we
on.
go.
to
We're
page
moving on,
13.
guys. Page 13. Yeah, Mark is here and Susie. Oh.
Okay. So we're on page 13 of the resolution package. And
Hello,
this is,
can we please have your attention? 2 more resolutions, guys, just a little bit longer.
this next resolution is on health. And it is, I'll be looking to Marg Friesen to speak to this resolution or to read it.
Thank you. Just about done here.
Okay, if we could have attention, please.
Métis Nation General Assembly, Métis Nation General Assembly Resolution on Health. Everybody good to go?
If we could just pay attention to the next resolution, if you don't mind, please, members. Thank you.
Whereas Métis people experience significant challenges optimizing their health and well-being, suffer disproportionately from a wide range of conditions, and have insufficient access to the supports needed to optimize Métis social determinants of health to improve health outcomes. And whereas addressing MSDH will be key to closing the health gaps between Métis and other Canadians. And whereas a MSDOH approach seeks to acknowledge and understand the root causes of a variety of historical, economic, social, and political inequities. And whereas the Métis Nation is committed to increasing access to health services and supports and to improving the health and well-being of Métis citizens. And whereas the Métis Vision of Health is a document developed collaboratively by the governing members, Métis Nation British Columbia, Métis Nation of Alberta, Métis Nation Saskatchewan, Métis Nation of Ontario, and Métis National Council to address current health inequities and health priorities. And whereas the Métis Vision of Health is based on a MSDOH approach, which illuminates ways in which social, cultural, and economic marginalization impacts health and assists in setting out a path forward to improve health and well-being. And whereas the Métis Vision of Health responds to the lived experience and community voice of Métis people and is grounded in community engagement centered around Métis experiences and perceptions. And whereas 14 priorities were developed from robust community engagement within each of the governing members as follows. 1, extended health benefits. 2, mental health and substance use supports. 3, community-based long-term care and palliative hospice care. 4, building meaningful collaborative relationships. 5, comprehensive community health centers. 6, increased Métis Health human resources. 7, healthy living, disease prevention, and health promotion. 8, strengthening Métis Nation cultural supports and traditional well-being programming. 9, expanding virtual health opportunities. 10, Métis research, needs assessment and evaluation. 11, building culturally competent health systems. 12, pre- and postnatal care. 13, culturally relevant sexual health and reproductive care. 14, climate change impact on health. Therefore, be it resolved that the General Assembly strongly supports the adoption of the Métis Vision of Health as a guidance document which summarizes the Métis Nation's relationship with Canada on the Métis Vision for distinctions-based Indigenous health legislation and advances Métis health priorities. And be it further resolved that Canada and the Métis Nation enter a 10-year Métis Nation Health Accord to support the implementation of the Métis Nation Vision of Health priorities. I so move.
Thank you. And before we have a seconder, Minister Friesen, I'm going to suggest tweaking the wording of the second, be it further resolved, for the same reason we had on one of the previous resolutions on resolution number 6 regarding the K to 12 education for the same reasons and the discussion we had regarding this body obviously cannot impose Canada to enter that agreement. So what I'm going to suggest so it reads, and be it further resolved that the Métis National Council negotiate with Canada to enter a 10-year Métis Nation Health Accord to support the implementation of the Métis Nation vision of health priorities. Is that agreeable?
I would agree to that.
Thank you. And seconder? Thank you very much. And that's keeping it consistent with our previous resolution. So the resolution is on the floor. Is there any discussion? I don't want to see hands up saying question right away. Let's give a chance for discussion. Any discussion? Go ahead.
I just want to comment on the resolution and commend the technical committee, the MNC Technical Committee, and all the jurisdictions for working together on this holistic approach to health. It's been quite a year of engagement and talking with citizens and communities across the country to ensure that their voices are being heard and that we are working as a collective to ensure that there is a future for Métis health and well-being in this country. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Yes, go ahead. So we did have an opportunity for people to jump in. Okay, we have heard question, and I think it's quite straightforward on the direction that the resolution is seeking. So I will ask if we have unanimous consent by further asking if there anyone that is wishing to oppose or would wish to abstain from this vote. I'm not seeing anyone. Therefore, this resolution passes with unanimous consent.
We're on our last one. On page 15, the resolution regarding Métis claims.
I cut about 6 pages from it, so. Whereas Canada's historic relationship.
Sorry.
Can I make a recommendation? It's getting pretty late. We got a lot of people traveling today and everything. Can we table this resolution for next assembly? This is going to be a very this is going to be time consuming, this discussion on the topic of this discussion. We still have a few concerns with it, and we want to go back to our board to address this situation. So I'm just hoping we can table this for now, bring it back to the next assembly, because this topic is going to take us a while. It's not a topic that we can just push forward in a matter of seconds. So I'm recommending that we table this for next assembly.
So there's a recommendation on the floor. I would ask that it be put into a motion that we table this final resolution. Is that okay with you? Is there a seconder? Seconder, President McCallum. Discussion. There's some nods and there's some head shaking, so there is a discussion. Concern raised is that this will take some extensive time. Do you want to save some time later? Yes, sir, Mr. Case.
I mean, my concern is if we get a claims policy tomorrow, it's going to take our communities 40 years to negotiate. If we don't get a claims policy for another 10 years, we're talking 50 years from now. I think we've got to get on with this discussion today.
Any further discussion? Yes, Ms. Lizzie.
Yeah, I agree too that this is a very important decision, and like the resolution that we had before, and we had an open discussion, and it took a long time because it was a previous resolution that was passed. So I don't think this. I think this this resolution is just as important as that one. And if we're going to continue on with business within all our governing bodies, this is a very important decision for all of us. And so I think we are here to conduct business. We're not here to go home early. And I understand that there is some people that have to go home, but that's why we bring alternates so that they can be in the seats. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? We've got a clear, should we shut her down, and a clear, no, we should not. So I think we can go to a vote on that. And it's going to have to be a vote because, should I do a roll call? Let's, we're going to have to do by hands and so give us some time to count before you put your hand down. I know you're tired and hungry. Please leave your hand up. Those in favor of the motion to table this resolution to the next General Assembly, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 24, 25. So the resolution will be read to the floor. I've had a request for, could we take a break? No. Okay, so we're going to go ahead with the reading of this resolution. And I'll leave it to you. Did you already say who it was?
Mitch just took over.
Oh.
I want to go home.
Mitch,
too. I do want to go home.
Okay.
Am I good?
Yes, please,
Okay.
Mitch. Sorry.
Whereas Canada's historic relationships with Indigenous peoples have been steeped in colonialism and successive governments have failed to acknowledge and respect the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples, including their rights in relation to land, their distinct governments, their customary laws and traditions, as well as their unique cultures. And whereas historic Métis collectives develop their own shared customs, traditions, and identities and are rooted in kinship, their special Aboriginal relationship to the land, and a distinctive culture and way of life that persists to the present day. And whereas across the Métis homeland, citizens and collectives came together to form governing bodies and structures to organize against and confront colonialism and work for the best interest of the Métis people. Such entities include the Métis Nation of Alberta, Métis Nation Saskatchewan, Métis Nation of Ontario, and Métis Nation British Columbia. And whereas in 1983, the Métis National Council was established to serve as a national body to advocate for the Métis governments, which are its governing members. And whereas there are outstanding Métis claims against the Crown across the Métis homeland, including but not limited to failed or broken treaty promises, unanswered petitions, forced relocations, burning of villages, and most notably, the half-breed script system. And whereas Section 35 of the Constitution Act of 1982 states that the existing and Aboriginal treaty rights of the Aboriginal people of Canada are hereby recognized and affirmed, and the Aboriginal peoples of Canada includes the Indian, Inuit, and Métis peoples. And whereas in 2003, after a decade of litigation success within Ontario, the Supreme Court of Canada in R.V. Pauli held that the inclusion of Métis in Section 35 represents Canada's commitment to recognize and value the distinctive Métis cultures which grew up in areas not yet open to colonization and which the framers of the Constitution Act of 1982 recognized can only survive if the Métis are protected along with other Aboriginal communities, and that Section 35 requires that we recognize and protect these customs and traditions that were historically important features of Métis communities. And whereas since the release of Pauli by the Supreme Court of Canada, the Supreme Court of Canada has further addressed the need for the Crown to finally deal with Métis rights and interest claims in cases such as Cunningham v. Alberta, Manitoba Métis Federation v. Canada, and Daniels v. Canada. And whereas the Senate Standing Committee on Indigenous Issues found in 2013 that reconciliation with Métis groups is necessary in order to provide a solid foundation for present and future generations in Canada. And whereas in 2014, the UN Special Rapporteur on Indigenous Issues released his report on the situation of Indigenous peoples in Canada, and that report states that the government does not appear to have a coherent policy or process or policy in place to address the land and compensation claims of the Métis people. The report specifically recommended that Canada should take active measures to develop a procedure for addressing outstanding Métis claims Métis land claims to avoid having to litigate cases individually and enter into negotiations with Métis representatives to reach agreements towards this end. And whereas in 2015, the Eifert report of the federal claims policy noted the exclusion of the Métis from the federal processes and called for Canada to, quote, develop reconciliation processes to support the exercise of Métis Section 35 rights and reconcile their interests. And in 2016, the Isaac report on Métis rights called on Canada to either amend its existing comprehensive land claims and specific claims policies or develop a new policy that expressly addresses Métis Section 35 rights, claims and related issues, and that the basis for such amended policies or new policy be founded on the legal principles of reconciliation and the honor of the Crown. It also recommended that Canada should work with the appropriate provinces and territories to develop a joint process by which to address the unresolved Métis Section 35 rights, claims, and related issues. Whereas in 2017, the Métis National Council and its governing members entered into the Canada-Métis Nation Accord, which strengthened the political relationship between our Métis governments and the Canadian state, and included in its goals and objectives the following. With the indulgence of the chairs, maybe I'll skip those. They're listed in the Accord. And whereas in 2019, Canada entered into Métis government recognition and self-government agreements with the Métis Nation of Ontario, Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, and Métis Nation of Alberta, all of which recognize the need to negotiate to reach just and lasting settlements for outstanding Métis claims. And whereas the Métis Nation British Columbia adopted a self-government declaration on February 20th, 2021, mandating MNBC to represent the Métis Nation within British Columbia in intergovernmental relations with Canada. And whereas in 2019, the federal government began discussions with the Métis National Council and its governing members on a potential Métis claims policy. And whereas Canada formally endorsed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in 2016, and UNDRIP specifically recognizes the rights of Indigenous peoples related to historical wrongs in sections 10, 25, 26, 27, and 28. And in June 2021, Canada passed Bill C-15 entrenching UNDRIP in Canadian law. And whereas the aforementioned list of Crown inaction dating back nearly 2 centuries is a clear pattern of neglect and indifference aimed at defeating all promises made to the Métis, and is not only a shameful part of Canadian history, of the history of Canada, but it is exacerbated by the fact that there continues to be no process at the federal level to address Métis claims. And whereas the Métis continue to be deliberately excluded from federal claims policies and processes available to Inuit and First Nations. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2022 Métis National Council General Assembly calls on Canada to live up to its constitutional obligations to the Métis Nation regarding historic claims and grievances, and be it further resolved that the Métis National Council be directed to open a dialogue with Canada, along with the governing members, specifically on the creation of a federal Métis claims process within a reasonable timeframe. And be it further resolved that the Métis National Council Rights Panel be directed to coordinate governing members on a unified approach to advocate for a federal Métis claims process, beginning but not limited to the development of a public relations strategy and the preparation of a policy paper on this issue. Moved by Mitch Case, Métis Nation of Ontario.
Thank you very much, Mr. Case. Seconder.
Andrea Sandmeyer, second.
Thank you, Andrea Sandmeyer.
You read the initial one, not the one that we had agreed upon, so I can't second that motion.
That's the one that's in the package that he read.
There was one that was mistakenly put into the package, and then we talked about it, we revised it, sent it over, we agreed on it. This is the original one that we talked about.
If I can just give a point of clarification from the resolution committee, there were 2 versions that were submitted at the same time. I believe there was the first draft, and then after there was the second draft that was submitted before the timeline, and the resolutions committee I think made a mistake because there was 2 with the same title. One of them had spelling errors within the resolution, and the other one had movers and seconders at the top. So it was, I think, the committees must have missed content within it because we thought it was easier to just pick the one with the movers and seconders at the top instead of having to fix all of the spelling errors on the other one. So that's why we went with the other one, but we didn't realize that there was missing content when we made that decision.
So
Yes, Mr. Harriet.
I think the one that was displayed on the screen was a different version than perhaps what
Was being
was
read.
out.
So the correct one is on the screen?
No,
Oh.
the opposite. But yeah.
Okay. You read out the
I didn't
correct
read
one,
any of
but
that.
you read out the correct
Yeah, I
version.
read the correct one. That's not right.
Okay.
That's the wrong one. This is the one you agreed to yesterday.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I was reading it on the screen and you were,
I emailed it like 12 times.
you're reading it and I was like, oh my God, I think we've got our, so I am prepared to also second that motion. Thanks, Mitch.
No, let's start all over. I'd like to hear this again. Yes, sir.
That's what I was going to ask if Mitch could read it all over for
Yeah,
us.
right. Okay, so there's going to be some discussion on this. Let's open this up. It's been seconded by 2 people. Discussion. Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's occurred to me that in this resolution that we don't include the possible road allowance argument. The people who were displaced on the road allowance.
Do you have a suggested addition?
No, not at this time, but we'll get it. Yeah, we'll work on it.
Okay, we have a seat empty down there again.
Yeah, what's her name?
So I just want to look specifically at what the resolution would be. So the last 3 paragraphs on page 17 in the package that you have isn't giving that level of specificity. Just to note that won't be in what the resolution actually says moving forward. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't include it and think about that. I'm just putting that forward. Yes, ma'am.
It's Joanne Young, Métis Nation of Ontario. I think that in the first Be It Resolved, where it is talking about regarding historic claims and grievances, that's very broad, and I do believe, as I'm a descendant of the people of the road allowance, that would be included in the historic claims and grievances. Because the other thing we don't want to do is make it so specific that the federal government has wiggle room. You don't want to give them wiggle room. Thank you.
Could you look into the camera and say that? Thank you very much, ma'am. Any further discussion? Yes, sir, Mr. Cardinal.
Yes, I just want clarification. And the clarification I want is, why is it on this resolution, there's 3, there's a mover and 2 seconders? I'm not understanding. I just need clarification on that. Merci.
So there's been a question about why we have 2 seconders on this movement. And we've got Michelle Leclerc and Andrea Sandmeyer. Would you like to respond? Yes, Mr. Case.
So President Karen had asked that it be sent to the Métis Rights Panel, and it was sent to the Métis Rights Panel, and everyone who responded saying that they supported it and wanted to second it, they just got listed on the document. So if they responded, they got listed. Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
Good question. Vice President Leclerc.
Yeah, just in terms of the road allowance, in one of the whereas, it talks about whereas there's outstanding Métis claims against the Crown across the Métis homeland, including but not limited to
Right.
failed or broken treaty promises, unanswered petition, forced relocation, burning of villages, and most notably the half-breed script. So the relocation and the burning of villages was basically around that whole road allowance issue.
Thank you. Minister Friesen.
Thank you, VP. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, VP Leclerc, for the clarification. I just want to note that the people from Lestock were displaced because they were living on Crown lands and displaced up north. So I just wanted to ensure that it was inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, further discussion. Vice President.
Walter Minalt, MNBC. I'm speaking against this resolution. The scope of this resolution is too broad for us at this time to support it. We have a different situation here in BC in regards to our relationships with our First Nations communities. And I think this resolution for MNBC to be moving forward, this would hinder that relationship that we have ongoing with our First Nations brothers and sisters here in BC right now. So at this time, we can't support this resolution.
Thank you for your comment. Any further discussion? We have one member that would like to be recognized by the chair. I can't see him though. If you'd like to raise your hand.
Are you
Yes.
looking for question by?
Question. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. So we'll do this in the same manner we've proceeded for most of the day. Any opposed to this resolution? And we will count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 opposed, right? Any abstentions? All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 34, 5. Okay, so 31 plus 5. Okay. Okay, so I have 30. I have 35. I have 35. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we're good. So this is carried clearly. Thank you for humoring us. Thank you very much. So Cassidy's going to sing the National Métis Anthem twice for us at the end of tonight, just to extend this. So on behalf of myself and Dave, it's been a pleasure to work with Mr. Pelche. He's been, it's a new meeting for us. I'm a pretty proud half-breed today to be in the room with all of you elected people. I think this was a great example of how we make difficult decisions together. I want to say thank you to the movers and the shakers, because somebody has to keep this discussion going, and I really appreciate that. I want to honor the grandmothers that have been with us today. They have set the stage for us. It's an honor to work with this leadership. Thank you.
You guys don't want me talking too much longer, so I'll just turn it right over to Cassidy. Other than there were some keys that were left. If this is your set of keys.
Unless it's our parting gift.
Yeah.
A new car.
It's a Mercedes, so I'm okay with that.
That was the giveaway, right? The Oprah giveaway earlier, right? Someone found it.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, everybody. I think this has been a truly historic assembly for the Métis National Council. This has been such a beautiful 2 days spent together, spent respecting one another, loving one another, having productive conversation. We've laughed. There's been some tears, and I have had
just an incredible time over these last 2 days, getting to listen to the conversations that you have all had. I now have my mandate loud and clear from this General Assembly, and I look forward to implementing it over the next year with all of you, with the support of all of our staff people who have helped so much to get us all here today. I'm just thrilled with how this has all gone. I have a long list of thank yous, but I'll keep it short because we got to get out of here. But senior officials, staff, presidents, delegates, veterans, citizens, youth, family, friends, everybody, and our beautiful, beautiful grandmothers. Thank you so much for being here. Finally, I just want to say an incredibly huge thank you to our chairs, Marilyn and Dave. They conducted this meeting. And I just want to say thank you to our ancestors who have fought so hard for this day, for these days that we have had together. Thank you to our ancestors, and you have all made our ancestors so incredibly proud by the work that we did over these last 2 days. So thank you, everybody. I love you, and I'll see you all very soon.
And from all of us, thank you, Cassidy. Thank you very much for this assembly. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn, Chair.
Yeah, I'd like to second that too, actually.
Our process expert. Motion
Now
to
let's all
adjourn, seconder. Everyone in the room, seconder.
And we have a closing prayer as well.
And we'll do a closing prayer at the end of this, okay? We're going to say, remember that really cold meeting in Vancouver? For the next meeting?
I'm short. Finally, I get the floor. This is short closing, but I have a few words first. I always live by my father's teachings. He is my hero. I hope I inherited his kindness and fighting spirit. No matter what, he will always be in my heart, and hope he's proud of the work I do for my people. I have, and I've always wanted to speak about medical and the problems we're having. I just wish we could go back to the old ways and depend on our earthly medicines. So if you have a medicine man in your community, please support them because they have the true medicine. My father was a medicine man, very well known, did a lot of work. He had a cure for cancer, but he couldn't let it be known. His work was always secretive. In case the government should know, he would have been jailed. I never went to a doctor until I had my first baby. And when you go to a medicine man, they don't heal you in pieces. We're a whole person. They find out when you have other problems. You don't tell them, they know. And they heal you and give you all you need. They don't make you sicker, they make you well. Nowadays, our medical, keep us alive so they could take our money, give us more pills so that there's side effects where sometimes you're even worse before you went. That is the problems I have in the world today. The changes. I haven't seen my doctor in over a year. If I phone, oh, we're booking in 2 months. I don't need you in 2 months. I don't go there to see your pretty face. I want medical help. So that really bothers me. And I worry about my grandchildren that I'm raising. What is their future going to look like if we don't fight for them? We must work together. We must unite at one point. We keep talking about it, but is it really happening? I've been to a lot of conferences. I've been to meetings locally, whatever, always up there. We should work together. Well, let's just do it. Don't talk about it. Let's do it. I've always been taught that by my father. You want something bad enough, fight for it. Don't stand back and complain that nothing is happening because you're not doing anything. God works in wondrous ways. I lost my son, but he gave me 4 great grandchildren to raise. One day they will entertain for you. They do their own shows now. They jig, they open their introduction in Cree. They do the Métis anthem as their opening song. They jig, they do the waltz, they do a 2-step. I'm teaching them the old ways that I grew up. I teach through my experiences, not through a book. Because with Métis life, that's how we survived, with our humor and our music. Those were our rich days because we had everybody alive, everybody around us. We're poor now. We stand up here alone with very few relatives left. This is our poor days. Remember the days you prayed for the things you have today. So in closing, great spirits, watch over us today. Protect our loved ones near and far. And always remember, you pray for your loved ones, but never forget the people that maybe don't like you or don't treat you right. They're the ones that need your prayer because they're lost. People on the street, we help every day in our office. You can't turn them away. There's someone's child or husband that took the wrong turn and they need our help. They're out there freezing. They have no home. Thank you for listening. I was going to make it short, but once I start talking, I can't shut up. I'd just like to thank Cassidy. I told the lady she's our angel on earth. Oh my, an old soul. She's young, and the wisdom she carries, and she just radiates love, life. I just love her to pieces. I thank her for inviting me here. I've met so many wonderful people, and I hope to see you all very soon. Thank you for listening. Hi, hi.
pleasure working with
really
you.
great to work with you. I'm so sorry you missed your 9-year-old's day.
Well, we knew she's